Tremendous amount of time. Yeah. A little reverb here. Right, thank you. Where are you? So, 3 minutes late. Days you're late. You're just welcome. So,
You guys like
you guys. Watch, Bob's gonna come in here in about 5 minutes, and we're gonna go through this thing again. So, thanks for all for being here. You know, the Florida Bay and the coastal system is, one of my second homes. I'm actually trying to figure out where I'm fishing this weekend, whether we got lost here, flamingo, water. The place is really important and really super delicate. It's been resilient over the years of what we've had to offer to it. And I think that you're all here to help us do better and move us in that right direction. And I think that there's a lot of discussion about Florida Bay always, right? It's always part of every dialogue. And it's super important that we sit around and discuss this. Too much of our time is spent on, you know, Zoom and virtual meetings, but like Dave walking in and saying, hey, making all acquaintances and reestablishing those and face to face. And, you know, what goes on during lunch is super important. So these 2 days are, we're going to produce some output from this and see where we resolve in salinities and ridge and slough and tree islands. And appreciate everybody online. You know, it's always kind of an awkward interface between the virtual and online. And so we're going to clearly have some separation between those. And designated times for the Q&A and back and forth and trying to manage that as best as we can. We'll work on that as we go through the process. I think I'm going to turn it over to Jed for Jose. Dave's presentation. Oh, that's what you were directing. Any words for encouragement for the group today to stay the course?
Yes, I'd love to. So yeah, thank you guys for coming. Today is the first of our 2-day sequence of workshops. Focus on, harmonizing our goals for the southern estuaries for Florida Bay in particular with ridge through tree island landscapes and the restoration of that pattern landscape. We really hope that next days we have a rich discussion. You know, this isn't going to be a big, complicated group of people to talk with. It's going to be small but complicated. That's my expectation. But in reality, I think what we're here to do is we have the opportunity to discover where we have strong agreement, where we have differences in perspective. And really our goal is to find for those differences that we have, find a constructive science-based path of resolving those differences in perspective. The next 2 days are not days to discuss policy. It's really to, focus on the science of our understanding of landscapes, focus on the science of restoration, find a way to define the critical path of recovering the well-being of the landscape and the southern estuaries in harmony. So that's really, as I reflect on the reason why we're having the workshop, the goals for the workshop, and the best possible outcomes. That's what I think the best possible outcome is. So, I hope today is a day that's filled with information. It's provides us opportunity to reflect and provides us the opportunity to share with each other both what we're clear about, what we're confident about in our knowledge, and those things that, maybe those things assumptions we've carried around for a long time that we're not 100% sure about, but we want to explore further. So I'm really excited about the workshop today and tomorrow. I think we have a good opportunity to have an eloquent science-based discussion. And I look forward to, learning from all you guys, all you ladies and gentlemen.
Jed, wondering what are the products of this workshop?
So the product is we're going to have a summary transcript of the 2 days of meetings and may also have a short white paper basically describing those areas of agreement, those areas of difference in perspective, and the constructive strategy for resolving those differences. That'd be the goal.
That's the goal. Right, don't meetings just have meetings. Yeah. Right, exactly, something. Right, yeah. Right, push it up to the task force possibly, right, the core, right, how we move through, right. The microphone helps.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah.
We're gonna take a temporary pause for loading the technology.
Okay. And I think that's our camera right there in the middle of the room. So I don't know if everybody's seeing us on camera, but if you are, hello.
Yeah.
And if you're wanting to project to the cameras to the online audience, I think
just look them right in the eye.
Look in the distance. Yeah.
We see you, and thanks for the introduction, Jay. Can you were describing what's going to come out of the product. In that last part, you said you were going to try to figure out how to work through the disagreements. Is that going to be in the white paper too, or is that just a separate product?
We would hope that the white paper is inclusive of both where we agree, where our differences are, and the process of resolving our differences. So we'd like it to be a whole thought. Yeah.
And then when do we expect the white paper?
Well, actually, Donato, your boss, Melody, had something to say right before you asked that question.
Well, no, it's fine. What I would like also is not only the process, if you have ideas, so the story that is important for the process, right? And what I would like to have, like, I consider that I'm surrounded by the experts. Okay? So what ideas, it's not only process to resolve the segments, but ideas of projects, of research questions that we need to focus on from the top perspective. So that's what I would like to have your brain, like to take your brain and give me something that we should focus on questions that we need to address from the top perspective.
So did everybody on the line hear that? Hear Melody's contribution?
No, it's getting bits and pieces of it. You're strong. Your audio is really strong. Hers is kind of far away. Can you summarize?
Yes, that's exactly what I was planning to do.
Mike.
Yeah, I think we have to use this mic. So Melody basically stressed that she's very focused. Her desired outcome is to make sure we have clearly defined research questions. Obviously acknowledging the Florida Bay is an important part of Everglades National Park, and defining the research questions that the National Park Service can really identify and support and move forward with would be one of the goals for the outcome of this workshop from Melody's perspective. So thank you. Dave Rudnick.
I mean, I agree with clearly defining our uncertainties and research questions, but I think there are also potential engineering hydrologic questions. We're approaching a support of operational plan, so it seems quite likely many of our questions will turn to what is feasible in terms of hydrologic engineering management. It's not policy per se.
Sure. Yeah. That's kind of, that line between, science, information, and policy isn't always the clearest. But, we want to stay on the science side of that line. But, this is an open discussion. So if we have thoughts that are, that you're not sure whether they cross the line, but you want to make sure you share them, I think they're certainly welcome today. All right, and with that, I think we're queuing up our first presentation, which will be Lynn Wingard, who I believe is online. Lynn, can you hear us?
I can, and I'm here.
Hi.
Hi. Wish I could be there in person with you guys, but you'll have to settle for me coming in from Northern Virginia today.
Well, every day with you is a wonderful one, Lynn. But you're missing. We have a really nice classroom here. So
I can see it. Yeah, I wish I was there.
And the ABC, really nice.
Yeah. So do you want me to screen share? I did send my slides too, but I can try screen sharing and see how this works.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Other screen sharing, yes.
That's why, you know, I'm just acting in the role of facilitator until the real facilitator, Bob Johnson, arrives, which should be momentarily.
Okay, and let's see. So hopefully, are you guys seeing anything yet?
Not yet. We're still.
We are.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's on the.
And
You
now-
gotta, in the classroom, you gotta switch the screen.
Yeah,
There
okay. Now, still seeing it?
It's on the computers, but not on the classroom screen yet. So.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I just switched to slide view. So hopefully you're seeing slide view, not notes view. Let me know when you got it.
Yeah. Thank you for your patience. Oh, there we go. Sliding right over there.
All right. And is it in slide view? So I've got it in slide view on mine. Problem is, it's like when I have the two windows trying to open and then let me try it. Let's try it one more time, I guess. Or should we just do it in slide view or not? I mean, notes view.
I usually push that one right there. Oh, there you go. Full view. I think we're gonna get this.
Okay.
Tell it in the lower right, that icon in the lower right. Yeah.
Can you, that's on your screen. Can you touch the icon in the lower right? It's,
I did.
66%.
And that's what, so from my thing, okay, let me try it again. Let me
there we go.
stop
Now we're seeing
sharing.
you.
Oh, yeah. So I stopped sharing. Let me go back. Let's try this again. Sorry, I did send it to you guys. If this doesn't work, we can. So if I do this 65%.
The first presentation of the day is always a little.
Yeah. Actually, first I got to click share screen. Sorry, guys. Window. So the problem is I can't open the PowerPoint window until I do this, and then I feel like it locks me into the version that I've got. So I tried one more time. If that doesn't work, either you guys can run it from there or we'll just do it from the not full screen view, whichever works best for you guys.
Yeah, I think we're still seeing in the software, we're seeing the whole software window. Jose suggested presenters mode, which is slides menu on the top left.
Show presenter view. So that changed it for me. Did it change it for you?
No, nothing changed here.
I'm downloading it right now.
Okay, yeah, Adam's downloading it, so I think we're gonna present it here.
Okay. Yeah, and then I'll just tell you guys when to advance.
Okay.
So I stopped sharing on my end.
So how's everything in Northern Virginia today?
It's good. It's hot again. We were starting fall and now it's hot again.
Yeah, I think it might have gotten below 80 at night here in the last week.
Yeah, I know I shouldn't complain about hot when I'm talking to you guys.
I've heard stories of leaves changing up north, though. I've heard that it might be fall is starting somewhere. So.
Yeah, not really here.
Up in New York, it's changing.
There you go. Yeah.
Good.
Well, it's being forced by the drought. Let's put it that way.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been in drought status too.
Any fires or any wildfires or anything like that? Is it that dry or no?
Not here.
No, we had all the Canadian wildfire fun earlier this summer. So we're fresh out of fires for now.
All right, we're in full screen mode. Here we are.
Okay,
I think we're
good.
ready to get started. So.
All right. Well, thank you all for your patience with that. Yeah, so what I thought might be appropriate is just to kind of backtrack and talk about stuff that I know a lot of you in the room have heard about for a number of years, but I also know we're bringing a lot of new people in. And since we're kind of doing this, like, you know, where are we at and what do we know? I thought I'd kind of backtrack through some of the information that we have, you know, the USGS paleoecology work has done over the years and what we've found out. So let's go ahead and go to the second slide.
Lynn, I apologize. We're actually not seeing your presentation. We're seeing you, but we're not seeing your presentation.
Oh, I thought you guys were bringing it up. I thought
Pardon
you
me.
guys were bringing it up on the screen down there.
Yeah, I see it in the video. It's in the classroom, but not on Zoom.
Yeah, so I think we got it working in the room, but now we need to project from our computer.
Okay, well, I'll pause, but I can give some of the background information while you're trying to bring that up. I don't need the slides up for that. So, one of the things that I think we all agree on is that, oh, yeah, there they are. Looks like it's up
There we
there
go.
now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
So that one of the most, important things that we've all agreed on for years, going back into the 90s when all this started, is that one of our goals is to get the water right. And that means trying to reestablish those natural freshwater, what was the natural freshwater flow through the wetlands and into the estuaries. And if we can do that, then hopefully the fauna and the flora respond positively. But the big question from the beginning when we started doing the paleoecology work is, how do we know what was natural? We have a general sense of it, but how do we know specifics? What was the salinity like? How much water flowed through it? And so from the very beginning, we kind of turned to the paleoecology because we can go back beyond canal construction. Since most of the water monitoring didn't go in until the 1980s. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide. And so for quite a while through the 90s, a group of us at the USGS were working both in the freshwater wetlands, the palynologists, and I was working out in the estuaries using the mollusks. And we were looking at cores from throughout the system and developing some down core plots so we could see trends in salinity change over time, but the modelers weren't very comfortable using that information. So it wasn't until actually a Southern Coastal Systems meeting somewhere around 2006, 2007, that Frank Marshall and I kind of had our aha moment that we could work together, because Frank had been developing linear regression models based on the stage and flow data in the present day Everglades so that he could predict, he developed the statistical relationship between flow through Shark River Slough and Taylor Slough into Florida Bay, and then how did that relate to the salinity that was being recorded at the salinity stations out in Florida Bay. So he had these models, he was presenting them at a meeting, I was presenting our paleosalinity, and I was thinking, he has a term in his equation for salinity, I wonder if he could plug in the paleosalinity values. He could. And so that's how this whole working relationship was born. And I personally think it was very fruitful and led to some interesting results. So this little diagram here just basically shows sort of phase one is the paleosalinity piece. We developed that, and then Frank used the paleosalinity to adjust the natural systems model. And then he used his linear regression equations on the output from the natural systems model to predict what flow and stage and salinity in other locations in Florida Bay would have been like. So I know that's a complex explanation. I'm going to walk through it a little bit more piece by piece. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide. So the first phase and what we did for a long time was focus on the estuaries. We came into this to work on Florida Bay. So we were using estimates of the salinity from around the beginning of the 20th century, since most of us agree that's a pre-canal, pre-major alteration to the environment. And the proxy that we were using were mollusks in the sediment cores that we were taking. So let's go to the next slide. So for the key for paleoecologists is we have to understand how the organisms live in the present. So the first thing we started doing was developing a modern data set. And that took time, and I'll come back to that point at the very end. But all these little red dots on the map are different stations that we have. So we have 217 modern sites scattered throughout South Florida and the estuaries. And over time, since 1994, we've had over 1,000 site visits. And we have data on approximately 205 mollusk species that we found alive. We have found additional species, but we don't have any data on the living. So let's move to the next slide. Did I lose you guys? Okay, there we go. Okay, so I just stuck this QR code here. I don't know if we're going to send out the slides. If not, I can send it to you guys. But just recently, Bethany Stackhouse, who's worked with me for years, compiled all of that modern data. And so our modern data, our modern analog data set is out there, so people can access that for whatever purpose that suits them. But that has the salinity and temperature data for all these mollusks. So that's what forms the basis for our interpretations of the cores. So let's go to the next slide. There's a long delay on my end, sorry. Okay, so when I started working with Frank, we decided to identify 5 cores that for Frank, they needed to be near water monitoring stations so that he could use his linear regression models and the data from those stations. So we picked five cores: Taylor, I'm actually forgetting. Yeah, Crocodile Point, Rankin Lake, Whipray Basin, and Russell Bank. So let's go ahead and move to the next. So, you know, the plots that you see are just sort of the typical paleoecology plots, the colored plots. And that's what we had been doing for about 10 years. And that was the data that was interesting, I think, to people, but not really useful to the modelers. And then around 2005, we started actually applying our analog data, not just in a qualitative sense, but in a quantitative sense. So we came up with this method of calculating average salinity for each 2-centimeter segment of our cores. So this is an example from Taylor Creek core, and that's that black line, and you can see how it's trending towards higher salinity over time. And this is based on the species that we have the most confidence in. So of those 205 species that we have data on, there's about 60 some that we are highly confident in, and those are the abundant species, both in the present day and for the most part in the past, in the cores. So we use that data and its modern average and its modern median, and then we multiply that by their percent in abundance in each core segment. So it's weighted by the abundant species, and that gives us this average. In this case, we're plotting average, but we can plot average or median salinity over time. So then from Frank's standpoint, he wanted the data for the component of the core that was about 1900, you know, beginning of the 20th century. And thankfully, that's pretty easy to find because of Casuarina. Casuarina is the exotic pollen that was introduced into South Florida somewhere between 1890 and 1910. And because it's wind-blown pollen, pine pollen, it dispersed pretty quickly. So it makes a decent biostratigraphic marker for the beginning of the 20th century. So we basically sort of use that first occurrence of Casuarina and then take the samples just immediately below it for Frank to use in his models. So next slide. So this is an example then of how we sort of start compiling that data. So here's the 5 core locations that Frank and I selected. So the first column on the table shows what the natural systems model put through Frank's linear regressions would have predicted the salinity would be at the 5 sites. The second column is what our paleo salinity data, the mollusk data, said using that percent abundance method that I was mentioning in the previous slide. So you can see that in every single case, not surprisingly, the paleo salinity estimate for the beginning of the 20th century is lower. So then the key was how much lower. And so that's the third column. And that's the number by which Frank then adjusted the natural systems model. So let's go to the next slide. Oh, sorry. So we're going to look, the next slide, we're going to focus in on Rankin Lake. So the difference is -2.1. So this is a plot of what the natural systems model would have produced for that time period from 1965 to, I think it was roughly 2000. It shows 1999 there, but it went past that. Next slide. So then that's where Frank adjusts it. So that's what's now shown in the red, and to blow on up so it's easier to see, basically just every single data point, he subtracted 2.1 parts per thousand salinity. And so you have this adjusted time series of paleosalinity. And that was kind of the key part too. It's an adjusted time series. So you get those wet and dry periods, just like in the natural systems model. It's just that we've now adjusted it to what it would have looked like at the beginning of the 20th century. Next slide. So after that happens, Frank then takes that information, plugs it back into his linear regression models, and he produces the estimates of flow and stage that would have been needed in the wetlands to produce those salinities. And then he also was able, using his linear regression models based on the modern station data, to also make estimates for parts of Florida Bay where we didn't have cores or we hadn't analyzed the cores. So if you move to the next slide. So these are the results aggregated by Florida Bay region. And again, I know for many of you in the room, you've seen this a lot, but like I said, I wanted to kind of review it today and go back through, you know, this is where we're at. And we have not yet revised any of this information. And I'll talk about what our plans are for the future at the end here. But so the white, so this is where Frank aggregated the information by the region. And the white in the bar graphs is showing the mean paleo estimated salinity. The blue is showing the mean observed salinity. And we had expected to see a pretty significant difference in North Bay. So in North Bay, if you look at the daily averages, it's about 7.9 parts per thousand difference. And monthly was about the same thing. You know, same thing, Central Florida Bay, it's about 9 parts per thousand difference. Northeast, 4 parts per thousand. But what surprised us was even in the West and the South, it's 3, you know, or more parts per thousand difference. And we were thinking that if you went back to the beginning of the 20th century, maybe there was enough flow and, you know, with the Atlantic and the Gulf, we didn't expect to see that difference. We didn't think that the 20th century Gulf sites would be as different as they were, you know, the modern versus the beginning of the 20th century. So that kind of surprised us that even that was lower in salinity, which might speak to how much water was coming out of Shark River Slough. You know, I know that's been a long, you know, debated question. How much does the flow from Shark River influence the salinity on the western side of Florida Bay? And so maybe this is giving us a hint at that. Next slide. So then this is where Frank uses his linear regression models to focus then on, okay, if that was the salinity in Florida Bay, then how much water had to be coming out of Shark River Slough and out of Taylor Slough to produce that salinity. And if you can advance one, we should get the little block that pops up. Yeah. So on average, the flow would have needed to be at least 1.5 to 2 times greater than the present day condition. And we'll break that down in a minute a little bit more. And then advance one more time. And then for the stage, it would have needed to be about 1/4 meter higher on average to produce those historic salinities from the beginning of the 20th century. So let's advance again. I threw this in. I'm sure all of you are familiar with them. Patrick Pitts was also working with Frank Marshall and I at the time to sort of do the application piece of it. And so this was one of the things that Patrick would often show were the ribbon plots. He also showed the stoplight plots that I know most of you are familiar with. But this was an example of where he took 2006 data for Whipray Basin and looked at, so the paleo NSM based target is shown in the red. So again, because we're using the NSM, we get the seasonality and you get the range of a wet year, dry year. That's what's represented by the width of the red band there. And so then the blue shows what the actual salinities were. So for most of the year, the target wasn't met at all. It was only partially met in September, late September, or I guess late August, early September in the wet season. Next slide. So in 2011, at a Southern Coastal Systems team salinity workshop, these paleo adjusted values were actually adopted as potential targets for different areas of Florida Bay. And so many of you were involved in all of that, and I'm not going to backtrack through that, but this was just a reminder that those were used. I don't know if they still are being used, but they were adopted at that point in time. So let's go to the next slide. And I think we're moving on to step 2. Yes. So we had produced all of that. A lot of people were really interested in it. Southern Coastal Systems adopted it. But folks working in the freshwater wetlands were kind of skeptical whether that really represented what was happening in terms of the flow through the wetlands. So we decided to work with one of my colleagues at the USGS, who's a palynologist, Chris Bernhardt. And so this time we moved up into the wetlands. We used cores taken in the wetlands, and pollen is now the proxy for historic stage and hydroperiod in the wetlands. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide. And I'm not going to go through all the steps, but it is the same principle. We have modern analog data for the pollen. So Chris knows the typical hydroperiods for where certain assemblages of plants are found, and also the stage needed, the critical stages needed for those plant assemblages. So this is an example of one of the 3 cores that we used in that paper. And by the way, I meant to mention earlier, the references are down in the lower right corner. And so again, took right at the boundary of the beginning of the 20th century, what assemblages existed just prior to that time. So in this case, it was a sawgrass marsh assemblage. So the average depth based on the modern analog data would have been 40 to 67 centimeters, and the average hydro period 304 to 363 days. So that information is what was then used in Frank's linear regression models. So if we can move to the next slide. So when we finished that exercise, like I said, I'm not going to go into the details on that one, especially since today's focused on Florida Bay, but we were actually astounded at how much agreement we got, because we were using 2 completely different proxies, mollusks for salinity, pollen for water level, and we were looking at 2 completely different regions of the ecosystem, and we got remarkably similar results. So flow through Shark River Slough, if we compare the modern average, the 1990s average observed, to the what we estimated for the beginning of the 20th century, the flow would have to be 2.1 times greater. If you look at the mollusks, the pollen, say 2 times greater. So very, very close match. Taylor Slough, not quite as close a match, but still in the ballpark. The mollusks, say 3.7 times greater flow was needed. Pollen, 3.2 times greater. And when we looked at the water level at P33, 23 centimeters higher for the mollusks proxy, 25.3 for the pollen. So we felt like that really good agreement between the 2 completely different proxies was a good sign, that we really were coming up with legitimate information, and that it could apply, that you could take data from the estuaries and estimate the flow. So let's go ahead. I'm getting close to wrapping up here. Next slide. I just wanted to throw in, because this is what we've actually been working on we started doing this during the pandemic because we couldn't get into the lab, but we realized we were sitting on all this data about the modern distributions of the species, and we could compare them to our cores. So we started focusing in on what species would we expect to find in a restored system, especially focusing on the nearshore taxa. So if you can move to the next slide. I just wanted to quickly show this. This is a bunch of our cores from sort of nearshore environments, and we're focusing on 2 Cyranoida floridana, an individual species, hydrobiids, which are a family of minute, tiny little gastropods. And then the gray is sort of the sum of all the things that we find in the near shore today in the oligohaline and mesohaline environments. And so we looked at those across the cores, and you can see that in almost every case they're declining, with the exception of Black Point, which is a very disturbed core to begin with. We just kind of threw that in for interest to see what it would show. And so move to the next slide. And so we came up with a list of indicator taxa that was particularly focused for BBC needs, but we think it would be relevant for Florida Bay and even the Southwest Coast as well. And so just sort of showing our modern data on these 2 species and why we think they'd be really good indicators. This little tiny clam, the Cyranoida, and then the hydrobiids. So that's what we've been working on most recently. And if you can move to the next slide. And just to summarize, so, we feel like we've been able to use the paleoecology data to estimate past hydrologic parameters. And what was nice is that we could calibrate the natural systems model to reflect those pre-drainage conditions using Frank's linear regression models. And so based on the 2 different proxies from 2 different parts of the ecosystem, we got very similar results for the Shark River slough flow, and we got pretty good results on the estimates for flow for Taylor Slough, roughly 3.2 to 3.7 times greater. We've also recently identified what we think are freshwater flow indicator taxa that reflect the pre-construction assemblages. And so what we have been working on we were starting to work on this before I decided to retire. And we are hopefully gonna get funding so that Bethany can continue working on it. One way or the other, I'm gonna continue working on it. As I said, we just recently published our most up-to-date modern analog data. And so those data are far more comprehensive and better than what we started with back in the 90s. So what we want to do is go back to the earlier cores. We have all that data. We also have a better understanding of the taxonomy because early on, some of the things we were kind of lumping them into generic groups. And we've since learned that different species, again, not surprisingly, but we were working with what we had, but different species are really good and subtle indicators of differences between, for example, mesohaline and polyhaline. So we're systematically going back through all of the cores, reevaluating the taxonomy, publishing that data in a digital data series, and then we're going through and applying the modern analog data set to look at the revised estimates of salinity. And then ultimately, my goal is to put all that together. But we want to make sure step by step we're getting the data out there in case things fall apart. So with that, I will leave it. I think I have a final acknowledgement slide, and I don't know if you're taking questions now or if you want to hold off on that till later.
Yeah, I think our plan is to have a little bit of discussion now. So while we're transitioning, so does anybody have something to contribute? Mr. McBoy, welcome.
I see Bob Johnson in front, and I don't know if there are any other NSM hydrology types floating around, but I was just curious whether the modelers who've looked at NSM or NSRSM are pretty comfortable and come to similar either factors or amounts of water compared between current and pre-drainage separate from this analysis.
I don't know the answer to that, Chris. I don't know.
Hi, Lynn.
Hi, Chris.
I was hoping that Bob Johnson might remember, or anybody else. Well, there's Zaki. Might
actually. My question would be, how did we use How did we use the salinity to calibrate the flow? Did we actually change the resistance per cell to come up with the flow for a natural system model?
No, those flow estimates were done using Frank Marshall's linear regression models. So
I
his
understand that part. That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, when you say calibrated the natural system model, please explain the process where you actually match the flow of the natural system model to what the ecology came up with. No?
I don't actually work with the natural systems model myself. I can tell you that I know that what Frank did was just subtract, just the simple subtraction of every value in the natural systems model to adjust the salinity. I don't know. I know he was working with modelers at South Florida Water Management District during the process, but I'm sorry, I'm afraid I cannot answer those kinds of details.
The multiple regression models were based on stage, not flow.
Yeah.
That then they were multiple stations, wetland stations. So NSM stages plus some tidal.
Stage calibration to match. That means I tweak the resistance.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
This is Bob Johnson.
Yeah. Oh, when we're done.
So I was involved in the original NSM model. and we use the paleo ecological data to calibrate the depths and the durations of flooding, the same way they're saying these vegetation communities are produced under these conditions. We use those conditions to go in and adjust the NSM to get the spatial pattern over the landscape. I can't explain how it went from there to salinity.
Yeah.
I know,
That is the
that's
question.
part.
I mean, natural system model does not do so.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
That was why Frank, I think it was the district, maybe it was the Corps, hired Frank under a contract to relate stage from the water monitoring stations, to relate that to flow that was measured at the flow gauges up along, I think it's along Alligator Alley or Tamiami Trail. There were flow gauge stations also. And so Frank took that information, the stage information, and then what he knew from salinity stations out in Florida Bay, and he developed the equations that allowed him to have the predictors that you could predict salinity based on this stage and then the flow data. So he developed the equations that related that information. That's the part I can explain. I'm sorry I can't go into more depth on the natural systems model itself.
I think that the modeling is something we're going to get into a little bit more when Zaki gets up to speak. God help us. But my question is related more to what was the hydrology really like 150 years ago when there were freshwater upwellings in Biscayne Bay and Florida Bay, and do you have any understanding of that freshwater input in relationship to your paleo salinity?
No. All I can tell you is what the average and the median salinity was. And I can give you, estimates of the range.
Average? Why didn't you stick to median on?
We did both, and Frank ran both. I honestly, I don't remember why Frank made the decision to use the mean. I have all the data on the median paleo salinity. I wish Frank were here to explain that. When Joel and I published the paper, and every time that I publish the data on what the paleo salinity estimates are, I give the medians. So, and when Joel Hudley and I tested, I didn't talk about this today, but Joel Hudley and I tested our method of estimating salinity by going out and taking the modern top 2 centimeters in a push core and running it, and we took them near hydrologic stations. So then we ran our analog method to see, okay, what would we predict the salinity was? And then we had the station data to compare. And we came within 2 parts per 1,000 over a 2 to 3 year average. So we were averaging the time. And the median came out about the same way. So when we ran the modern tests, both the mean and the median came out about the same, but obviously the mean and the median preferences of the individual species are not the same at all. So that part, Frank had some reason why he went with the mean, but I can look back through my notes and see if I can find that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lynn. We have 3 questions online. Kevin, I believe you were the first one with your hand up, so thank you for your patience.
Good morning, Lynn. This is Kevin Kniff. I had a quick methods question and then maybe a comment for consideration by the group. So my comment is in the development of the salinity model and really ultimately the predictor of how to subtract the paleo amount from observed. How well was that then verified as a model to compare to actual observable data from the various water quality monitoring networks or salinity data from some of the stations there to see how well that predicted actual measured information?
I'm not sure I'm following your question because let me explain what I can and then see if I'm answering you. But maybe I didn't make this part clear. But so Frank's equations in the first place were developed from that station data. So he had stage data from the wetlands. He had flow data from the flow monitoring. Like I said, I think it's along Alligator Alley. Maybe it's Tamiami Trail. And I think there's a flow gauge at Taylor Slough Bridge. In fact, I know there is, and he used that one. And then he had all the salinity data. So he was using the modern data to derive the correction factors, for the linear regression model, so that he could predict salinity. So he was testing that back and forth. He published all the residuals, of how well that did. So I put those references like in the bottom, and I can send out that list again. That might help some people as we're trying to kind of reconstruct what happened.
Okay.
Ultimately, we were hoping to also do the same thing, looking at cores going farther down Shark River Slough. But to be quite honest, we lost contact with Frank. So I don't know if any of you are still in contact with Frank, because it would be great if we could get him involved again. So I don't know if I answered your question. Sorry, Kevin.
Well, and maybe I didn't ask the question properly. I just didn't quite catch certain parts of that. That's okay. I guess as a follow-up then, the rate of sea level rise and realized sea level rise, was that ever looked at individually as being the driver of salinity changes or the differences even between paleo and observed as an additional predictor, not considered other than just stage and flow?
Yeah, we definitely talked about it, and Frank had talked about trying to put a term in for sea level rise. I don't know how he was planning on doing that. I am not a modeler. But he had talked about trying to do that, but we did not get there. Now, obviously, that is a factor. And if you look at my diagrams, they all show trending towards higher salinity long before the canals went in. I didn't show a slide that some of you guys could probably stand up and draw it yourself, because I've shown it so many times. But one of the things I've advocated for a long time is that the paleo data shouldn't be used to try to go back to the 1900 conditions. We can't. Sea level has been changing, climate's changing. South Florida has all these people, the hydrologic system is different. We can't go back. But what I think is the best course of action is to use the paleo trends that we saw prior to construction of the canals and kind of basically just project that forward and ignore the noise of the 20th century. Where would we be, and create intersect points in the future? That should be our targets, because that takes the sea level rise into account, because it was increasing throughout the system. It's just that it got worse, and the rate of increase got a little higher. And we see more significant disturbances in the assemblages, the species assemblages. I didn't talk about any of that today, but when you move into the 20th century, you start seeing much more rapid changes in the salinity, the assemblages. You don't see the diversity, that kind of thing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lynn. This is, starting off, this is exactly the way we wanted to start the workshop, is with this big, expansive perspective about, what's been occurring throughout history and and to begin to identify what our goals are for stabilizing Florida Bay in perpetuity in its full restoration. And so we still have hands of Jeff and Paul Julian up. So if we're running a little bit behind, so we do need to transition. But Jeff, if you'd like to pose your question, we'd love to hear it.
Sure. I think that Florida Bay is quite a unique area. It's very different from many other estuaries. We're talking about inflow will affect salinity, but there are other factors also play important role deciding what salinity in Florida Bay. For example, evaporation, precipitations, and also boundary conditions. Yeah, those are based on our modeling experience. Those factors much more important in Florida Bay than other estuaries. For
Yes.
example, if you compare the paleo data, since we built the highway to Key West, those things will change the exchange with Florida Bay with the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah. They'll change the salinity a lot. Also, climate change will change the evaporation. As you know, Florida Bay can salinity be more than 40 ppt. So those definitely caused by evaporation and precipitation related issues. So
Yes.
climate change is going to change those factors. So we cannot just focus on the inflow. Inflow is important, but there are many other factors that's also essential for Florida Bay.
Yeah.
That's
And
my-
I mean, I can tell you, you know, again, from the paleo ecology side of it, I can tell you what the salinity was. I can't really get at the causes of why the salinity was what it was. I can just tell you changes in salinity over time. Frank was focused on the flows because he had been on a contract, and that's, I forget whether it was the Corps or the district, but because that was the one thing that everybody said, we can't change rainfall, we can't change evaporation, we can't take up Highway 1, but we can change the amount of water that flows into Florida Bay. So that's why all of Frank's work had been focused on how much water came in. And so then when we started working together, it's, you know, he used my salinity data, but that's why he was focused on that. We all acknowledge it is, you know, it's complex out there, and you know, there's all kinds with rainfall too. I've seen rainfall change salinity like from one day to the next when I've been working the same site. So very complex, but Frank was focused on the one thing that we can potentially control. So
Yeah, I agree.
and
Your
that,
data is very important for us to know what happened like 100 years ago. But nowadays, so many things. Florida Bay is quite an isolated area. It's very different from other estuaries. So there are so many factors can play a key role, not just the inflow, based on our modeling experience. Yeah. Thank you.
I agree
thank you very much.
100%.
Yeah, thank you very much for that perspective and that exchange. I think, you know, we're ready to transition to the next speaker, which is Chris Madden's and current condition. But I really, Lynn, your presentation did exactly what we needed it to do, which is
Thanks.
set the stage for the expansive vision of what and the objective basis for what Florida Bay can be restored to be. And then, you know, as we work through the presentations, we get into Zaki's presentation on hydrodynamic modeling. I think a lot of the points, Jeff, that you raised, we begin to parse them in greater detail. So I think the good part about having the paleo ecology presentation first is we get to consider everything on the first step. The challenge is now that we have to. Yeah, Lynn, Zaki says you already provided a significant portion of his presentation. So well done.
We can answer a few questions.
Cool. Yeah, so thank you very much, Lynn. And Chris, are you ready to go?
Yeah.
You got it, Mike.
All right, do I have to hold it? No stand? No, that's even worse. Well, thanks for having me here. I think this is a wonderful, worthwhile endeavor, and I'm happy to be part of it. And it's high time, I would say, to get all of us together talking about this. Also, Lynn, I appreciate your talk because I use your paleo projections a lot we use them in our analyses, and I use them in the slides. So I'm going to sit. Oh, yeah, let me just briefly go over the table of contents. This is the cast of characters, Kira, Josh, Teresa, Michelle, and myself. And we're going to talk today, go down this list here, die off Irma, which was a pivotal point in Florida Bay history and essentially was an ecosystem reset, created a cascade of effects in the ecology of the system, including nutrient pulses, cyano blooms, consequences to the SAV. And then we'll talk about rainflow relationships, salinity response, and managed flows. So I have to do it this way. So here is hopefully visible a series of nutrient graphics. I'll just go over here. This is TP at the top, DIN, TOC, and chlorophyll A. And it goes from 1990 to the present. And you can see, the great variability in TP here. And I draw attention with this box to what occurred in 2016 and 17 when the double whammy of seagrass die-off and then Irma came through and hit the system pretty hard. So we see a big spike in TP, and these three lines represent the central, which is the green, the western bay zone, which is the purple, and then eastern bay in yellow. And we see all three of these variables, phosphorus, nitrogen, and chlorophyll A, spiked with the onset of the die-off, and then Irma kept those very high. These are annual points, annual measurements. And so, there was a quick ramp up, over a couple of years to high phosphorus, and that persisted for several years into the future, past 20, looks like 24 or so, 23. And that had enormous consequences for the system. And here is a view of what happened post-Irma with the phytoplankton bloom that was rampant throughout the bay. This is on a data flow survey that we did, and Teresa Strassesar put this interpolation together. We did it on October 10th in 2017, just barely a month after Irma hit. And you can see, this is chlorophyll A. The top end of this is purple, and it represents 60 micrograms per liter of chlorophyll. So this is like enormous orders of magnitude higher values for the bay than its background or normal condition. And what we believe happened was there was, the first insult to the bay was the die-off, which occurred out here in Central Bay area-ish, and released a bunch of nutrients and detritus and carbon. And then Irma helped to distribute that throughout the bay by blowing it all around and creating more havoc with seagrass shearing, et cetera. So there's a two-punch hit to the system that we see here. I want to point out one thing here that'll come up possibly later. This is Joe Bay, Trout Creek entrance or freshwater input to the bay here. And you look, this is like the place where there's no chlorophyll at all. It's zero. This is purple here. Indicating, the water that is flowing down, it was copious amounts of water coming down the Everglades into these coastal lake systems, was clean. I mean, it really didn't have what it took to grow the phytoplankton until those waters got out, pushed into the bay itself where the nutrients were lurking. So that's kind of interest that the water in the coastal lakes, at least that eastern coastal lake, which is the major coastal input to the Florida Bay of fresh water, was clean of chlorophyll. Now I'm just going to step through this sorry tale of woe of the Psittacoccus bloom that occurred shortly after that. And this is, I think this is 2019 or so, that this occurred. So chlorophyll began to disappear from the main part of the bay, like that, as seen in that previous image, but a persistent years-long cyanophyte bloom occurred in the Central Bay following the hurricane, die-off and hurricane. And I'm just going to step through here. This image starts here. I just brought us forward to July 2022. And it became a near permanent feature in the bay and grew, waxed, waned, moved around a lot. But it was certainly a very scary thing. And a lot of people were worried about the ecology. And this is coming out of those central lakes, sort of right where the die-off epicenter and initiated. Through 2022, persisted, 2023 as well, although it was getting kind of small there, almost disappearing, and then growing again. So there was several phases to this, and it's growing again through October 24, gets pushed. This is after Milton and Helene, I believe, came through, possibly moved it around, circulation moved, bay circulation or wind or both. And then we start to see, and finally, after that, a beginning of the decline of the bloom, and 2025 early, really declining and effectively terminated in late 2025, which is, this is last week. So this is what we would like to see continue. Oh, I had a little note to self here that The dynamics of that, I just wanted to point to a few research projects that are going on, being led by Josh Limfelser, another one by John Rodeman, another one by Marguerite Cook, all focusing on this bloom area and the dynamics of it, the sources of the nutrients and triggers to the initiation of the bloom, and what the fate of that bloom is in terms of effects on the water column and on seagrass communities trying to live under the bloom. And so they all started their projects during this phase when the bloom was out there, and it started to peter out while they're going through it. So they have some initial data, and they also have some baseline sort of pristine data that they can refer to, and not hoping for another bloom, but if there is another one, we're in place to continue studying. Here is an infamous now image created from work by FWRI, including Penny Hall and Brad Furman, who go out and do monitoring of seagrasses annually, semi-annually, in fact, at many sites in the bay, all the basins. And they went out on a special trip, over a period of time during 2015, 2016, during the die-off, and they made this survey. Each green dot is a place where they surveyed and found intact seagrass. The red dots are places where there were damaged or dead seagrass affected by die-off. And you can see it's throughout this is Garfield Bight, throughout Rankin Lake, west through these flats and out to Johnson, and a little bit on the edge of Rabbit, edge of Twin. So this was a big deal. And it's where the original or the 80s die-off occurred as well, sort of beginning here and spreading. So that place seems to be prone to having and initiating die-off. So this is something interesting. We had colleagues come over from Netherlands in 2019, so that would be 3 years after the die-off, and do coring at 115 stations with us throughout the bay of sediments, and doing assessment of organic matter and of sulfide concentrations in there. And if you see this right here, and hopefully it's visible, the red areas are higher concentrations of organic matter, and here the red areas are higher concentrations of sulfide. And here we see the concentrations. Is almost impossible to see the numbers on it, but this is about millimolar, actually. This is comparing sulfide in areas where there was die-off to sulfide concentrations in an area that were not impacted by die-off. Same thing here, organic matter in sediments, die-off areas versus non-die-off areas. And you can see, this coincides very closely with where the die-off was. And so there's a kind of a vicious circle that can occur here, with die-off contributing more organic matter to this particular area, which settles the detritus, decomposes, goes anaerobic, creates sulfide, which can start the cycle all over again. That's why I was interested to see in Lynn's work, one of her cores at Rankin was very deep, and I wondered, and it was a heavy accumulation of sediments above the marker year. And I'm just wondering if Rankin tends to sediment faster than all those other spots that she cored. I'll ask you that later in the discussion, Lynn. So very telling there. And I'll just step through this quickly. This is micro shots. Oh, they're pretty visible. Of the FWRI surveys done every year. They go back even farther than this, but I just wanted to focus on this. This is 2013, right before the die-off initiated, and you can see the higher green, these are Brown Blanquet scores, and higher green, darker greens are more abundance. And throughout the bay, you can see the central area that we're talking about is right here, south of the coastal lakes. And you see right here in 2014, when the drought initiated and really got heavy, 2015 it really hit its peak drought, and die-off began then. And you can see where, cleared out quite a bit significantly of the seagrass abundance. You can see even further continuing into 16 here, and through the years, recovery is not immediate, and in fact, not complete yet. If you compare here 2024, there's a lot of holes in there and a lot of non-vegetated areas compared to 2013. So we're still a work in progress there. We're wondering if some of the bloom effects have had given trouble, push back against seagrass trying to come back. Here is a shot Kira put together of rain. Well, we're going to talk about rainflow and salinity. This happens to be rainfall in inches, and this is a historic, not the historic, the water year 01 through 16 period, 2016 average. And then this is essentially, we're looking at the post-Florida Bay Initiative. We're going to do some various checks on the Florida Bay Initiative response, which occurred in 2017. So these are the rainfall totals in inches for each of these water years. You can see there's a minor decreasing trend in rainfall. There are several years that were quite a bit below the average, maybe 25% in some cases, during the wet season. Here's the dry season. You see an increase in the trend from 2018 to 2025 versus the average here, which is about 10 inches per year. So some are very significant. We had an El Nino here, quickly went into a La Nina, which is, this is the actual total for the entire dry season of this past water year. So it is remarkable. And here is another Kira slide where she did a Mann-Kendall test to relate areas of inflow, which is, this is Garfield Bight, Terrapin, Taylor, Joe Bay, and Barnes Sound. This is the salinity, and it does a trend analysis this pre-initiative, which is the 2000 to 2016 years. And we see salinity has a strong trend of increasing in these two sites. This is Bear Lake. I might have misspoke that. This is Bear Lake and this is Garfield Bight. So salinity was higher pre-initiative. And then this is the post-initiative years of 2017 through 2023. And we see that tau effect is trending negatively in Garfield. This is for salinity again. Make sure that Joe Bay and Barnes Sound. And we see that flow is trending for the Five Creek average flow, where there was no trend previous to the initiative. We do have a positive increase in flow, and then this is what the data looks like for those. There's the Five Creek flow stations here plus Bear Lake, so there's 6 here. And the colors refer to the different effects that she was testing. I'm not going to go through that because that would take too long, and I would probably botch it. So here's the next look at historical average estimate salinity. This is discharge. This is from the paleo work that Lynn and Frank Marshall did, and we're referring to, and this is the, to estimate the historical pre-drainage discharge in acre feet per year, 800,000, and this is the current that we're looking at, and over these years post Florida Bay Initiative, there's no real trend in the wet season. In the dry season, we do see a trend of increasing discharge. Average currently in the dry season is a little less than 100,000 acre feet per year. And here in the wet season, the current average is close to 200,000 acre feet per year versus the historic of 600,000 and 800,000 as mentioned. All right, this is our MFL slide that we produce and show at the ops meetings every week. And I just went back to 2020 to show the last several years of salinity at Taylor River, which is our sentinel site for the minimum flows and levels statute. And one second, which number here, which is 30 PSU salinity, should not be exceeded, or that creates an exceedance, which is what we're trying to avoid to ensure proper amount of water, fresh water, and the minimum flow requirement. The bottom panel here is the Five Creek daily flow, which is in 100, let's see, well, this is the Five Creek total flow, which is in times 1,000. So this is 105,000 acre feet is the MFL guideline per annum to establish salinity that is below this 30 salinity. And so you can see over these years, salinity has not exceeded, or I won't call it exceedance, it's not been higher than 30, because the rule is that if it's higher than 30, salinity units for 30 consecutive days, that's an exceedance. So that's like a legal violation of the statute. So if it pierces that threshold but gets back down in time, then you're okay. Well, you're below the threshold of harm. And so for all the years that we've been looking at this since 2020, it has not exceeded, even though we had triple dip La Nina with low rain for the past several years. We had an El Nino that produced quite a bit of rain. And you see that increased the flow here from the very low levels it was. In 2024, high level, which suppresses the salinity. So this is what we want to see. And we had the La Nina kick in here, and it's creeping up, but it has not created an exceedance. Now, just to look back at the panorama since 2000, this is an analysis of the same thing. This is the minimum flow amount, this is the minimum flow. Am I getting near the end of 20 minutes? Jeez. Let's see, this is the 30 PSU, and then these are the salinities at the Sentinel site at Taylor River. And each red spike that you see is an exceedance. That's above 30 for more than 30 days. So you can see in these 17 years, almost half of them had exceedances. And then these are the flows, 5 creek flows, and you can see what they look like, actually approaching, touching, or piercing that threshold as well. Since the Florida Bay Initiative from 2017 until present, we've only had one exceedance. So that's good news. And you can see here the flow looks different too in the post-initiative, Florida Bay Initiative. It's kind of flattened out. It's going nowhere near that threshold. So we're pleased with that. Now we're talking about pre-COP and post-COP. So that's up and down here. Josh put this together showing a wet season, the pre-COP. This is the average of 3 years before COP was initiated in 2021. And then this wet season post-COP. And you can see the difference in the distribution of lower salinity water there. And then dry season, which is more important, here's the pre-COP average of salinities with just a little sliver of water during the average 3-year period post-COP. And this is what it looks like post-COP. So that's good news. It looks like it's working. This is another view of that kind of thing. The green line is the post-COP, and the red line is the pre-COP. And this is actually Florida Bay Initiative. So this is pre-Florida Bay Initiative in 2017 and post-Florida Bay Initiative. It had a little effect, a small reduction in during the wet season of during dry season of salinity. But here, the COP, so this top one is the Florida Bay Initiative in 2017. This is the COP project in 2021. Big drop in salinity when COP comes on during the dry season. That is, again, good news. All right, so the takeaways from this are that the system is driven very much by climatic events, both global, like Nina, and local, like weather, tropical storms and hurricanes. But managed flows like the C111 Sperder Canal Project, the Florida Bay Initiative, and COP have constrained negative outcomes and improved hydrology, containing or adding water to the system, especially during the dry season, which is what was always the goal. The system approached historical low salinities as meaning the 1900 salinities, paleo predictions, in recent years with fewer hypersaline events, fewer low flow periods, and fewer MFL exceedances. The nutrients and phytoplankton that were scattered throughout the system in the late teens have been processed and seem to have been removed to pre-disturbance levels. Seagrass recovery has been slow against the pressure of the high turbidity and plankton blooms, sulfidic sediments, and turbidity and bloom conditions are continuing to improve, and we hope that brings seagrass along with it. And that's it. I'll take questions if there are any.
Okay. So Chris, you put in one statement there, you slipped it in that is really important to consider. With the bloom distribution, you said coming out of the lakes, phrase coming out of the lakes. which could be, that's a hypothesis, that basically we have an enriched area at the transition of the wetland and the bay, and that could fuel nutrients to fuel blooms. That's a real possibility. The amount of water that comes out, the discharge is so low, though, it seems unlikely to sustain a bloom as large as what you showed. So I'm really curious about your read on bloom, not just initiation, but sustenance, because the bloom area overlaps the die-off area, but it also overlaps kind of the hydrodynamic transition of the inner bay to the east, which is getting fresh water, and the outer bay connected to the Gulf of Mexico. And note, with Irma, it's not just what happened in Florida Bay. Irma killed a lot of mangroves to the west and northwest. So the nutrient outwelling from the wetland, using an old term, to the sea, we have many confounding factors here, and they all might be in play. But I think we need to learn, as what you're suggesting, learn from these events, do the forensic analysis, make get our hypothesis going, and that if you want to look for research issues, that's a good put. With water quality being a key one, and the relationship of water quality in the estuary to hydrologic changes upstream is going to be critical in the future. So that's
mentioned 3 research projects happening at the district at FIU. I think that would be good if you can expand on this.
Well,
the
I can't
research
really
projects.
expand, but one of the 3 research projects is John Rodeman, who's doing exactly that. And he's using structured equation models, or anyway, he's to find the sources and the amount of water and loading necessary from the lakes or via the Gulf itself, or via Florida Bay itself, to determine what the source, and it could be all 3, but that remains to be seen when I crack his report open.
I'm disturbed.
I know, Paul, you had your hand raised in the previous line, so I don't want to, I think you put it down before we moved on, but I just want to make sure I didn't miss you.
Yeah, no, I for the sake of time, I dropped it and just put it in the chat. So it wasn't necessarily, it was more of a comments and kind of thoughts more than anything. So let's keep rolling here.
Okay, well, we'll revisit that when we get to the panel discussion this afternoon. Maybe we'll start off with those chat comments. And for me, Chris, I really, that was a great summary of current conditions. What I see in that were 3 things, right? One is clear benefits from COP and no more water, the lingering challenges that come from extreme events and the interaction of extreme events, salinity being, really functioning as an extreme event, having as much influence as a hurricane on Florida Bay. That's stunning. And then, the third part is the interesting research that we have for the future. Dr. Rudnick, one of my favorite former supervisors, right here, is next.
Thank you. Should I use my phone here? Use this. Paul hijacked us. Yeah. Go back. Right, that's okay. You can see. Not showing. Okay. Okay. So I want to move fast, but I want to deal with more conceptual presentation, and with an emphasis not just on linkage of the estuary and wetland, but considerations of restoration scale, our history, and including SERP history and what we're facing with future stresses, particularly from sea level rise. Okay, so but first, happy anniversary to all of us, because we have this December we have 25 years of SERP, along with already 25 years of the Florida Coastal Everglades LTR, and I can't think of a better partnership of science and management than we have created in South Florida. And you know, and kudos to all of us. And our discussion of SEP operations is it's refreshing that even if that we've had to wait decades to get here, we're finally talking about what goes on through the heart of the Everglades and into Florida Bay. So I'm grateful for that. Okay, now SEP, if you look at my pointers works here. If the southern part of SEP remarkably included Florida Bay, we're so happy that it wasn't just a peripheral part, an afterthought, and Florida Bay gets what's left over, what happens to flow through the Everglades. There was purposeful effort in SEP to meet the needs of Florida Bay as best possible. How well we do that is another issue. But if you look at the official diagrams of the boundary of the project, it goes all the way down into Florida Bay, that it's included in Everglades National Park. Okay, scale. This is critical, I think, for particularly when we get into comparisons of needs and capacities of ridge and slough. The original Everglades we know in the top in black are the things we all know. The original Everglades is shrunk. The watershed is shrunk. The flow pathway to the south through the ridge and slough area of Area 3A has narrowed, and I think this is going to be a major point of discussion. That is in huge contrast to what goes on. Everglades National Park, thankfully, was preserved. The area of Florida Bay has remained the same or expanded with sea level rise. The area of the mangrove zone, the coastal wetlands, it's dominated by mangroves, but there are marsh areas as well, likewise has remained the same or expanded. So the hydrologic needs for an estuary depends on freshwater flow. Those needs have not diminished over the centuries. They remain the same. The wetlands, though, are smaller. The watershed is smaller. So it's basically how do we match these differences in scale? And it's a dilemma. It's not readily solved. Engineering can address it, but that's to be discussed. So flows to Florida Bay, I want to put in context of other estuaries in SERP. Flows to Florida Bay are minuscule compared to the flows elsewhere. It's just, it's night and day. And this is why the northern estuaries, obviously, we're trying to decrease inputs, and particularly pulse inputs, discharges that are damaging. Too much water, move the water south, and particularly get it to Florida Bay. Also, Shark Slough and Shark River Slough and Biscayne Bay to the west and east coasts, but the deficit for Florida Bay is enormous. And when you put it in context of the physical attributes of the system, it's even more striking. The area of Florida Bay is large. The depth is shallow. So the flow going in this case, it's cubic meters. If you want to go to acre feet, multiply those numbers by 0.8 about, and you're in the thousands of acre feet. So it does none of these. The precision here doesn't matter. What matters is you have a big estuary in Florida Bay with very little flow. So the turnover, basically the water replacement time, is in years, 6 years on average. And if you go further into the interior of the bay, it's longer than that. You have decadal. The water is stagnant in there. Also, key point I had in the last slide, the rainfall over Florida Bay is less than the evaporation. If there were no freshwater flow at all, the only break on hypersalinity is ocean exchange via the Keys and the Gulf of Mexico western boundary. So with sea level rise, that's another factor. There will be more marine flushing. There will be salinity moderation, but the amount of flow we have now, we could double it and still have very little. But one thing I'll get to is how to be effective if we could double it, how to do that effectively from an ecological perspective. This is actually a slide goes couples well with what Chris Madden just showed, which is that the Florida Bay being so evaporative, with low rain, a period of low rainfall, which preceded the die-off. Low rainfall and low discharge, salinity in Florida Bay can get double that of seawater. In Garfield Bight, the red dot there area, at that station, we hit 70 parts per thousand, which is double seawater. It's not necessarily lethal to the seagrass, but it's quite harmful and certainly has played a factor along with water stratification and oxygen sulfide in driving the seagrass die-off event, likely just as it did in 1987. So Florida Bay's got problems. Okay, so that's kind of the scaling. But thinking about scale also is how large the coastal wetland is that we're trying to, I would say, sustain and even enable expansion for the benefit of the upstream system in the face of sea level rise. This just gives you an idea, of the spatial extent. Okay, to history. SERP might not have even existed if it weren't for that 1987 die-off and subsequent phytoplankton blooms. The public was just, when I arrived in Florida and hired by Fred, 1993, and a bunch of us arrived right around that time. It was in part because the public had really taken notice that the system was spinning out of control, that it was the system they had known, through their lives wasn't there anymore. It looked like a mess, and that public outcry on Florida Bay was loud, and I think the newspapers took note, Washington took note, Tallahassee took note, and that spurred President Clinton forming the South Florida Everglades Ecosystem Restoration Task Force, which we now was later in a word became official, sponsoring this workshop with the Science Coordination Group. The restudy and SERP followed. So, I think we owe something. It's not just Florida Bay, obviously. People are paying attention to the Everglades as a whole, but I think that may have tipped the balance towards political action and restoration action. So looking at the integrated delivery schedule for SERP, as someone who loves Florida Bay and career dedicated to Florida Bay, it's been just ultimately frustrating that the projects that were most focused on Florida Bay haven't come through. Zaki will follow with some residual from the Florida Bay and Florida Keys feasibility study was in the restudy, in this authorized SERP plan. And it was conducted for around 6 years, millions of dollars spent on model development, performance measure development. We were looking at the Keys Highway as a barrier to flow, causing an uproar in the Keys. Whether we would they would lose potential beaches where there are causeways. In any case, there was a lot of study a lot of work put into that, a lot of thought, a lot of learning, but it was terminated, or it was suspended, not formally terminated. The Southern Everglades study recently on the integrated delivery schedule had been added, basically to figure out again, what does Florida Bay need, and are the projects we have queued up sufficient to meet those needs or not? If not, how do we get there? And that project is, I don't know its status, but it's been postponed at least.
But not abandoned.
Yeah, okay. It might be, okay, yeah. I'm actually being out of the loop now. I need some guidance on the exact status. So I could change that in the official. Okay, delayed is probably the safest word. But my conclusion from this is SEP is what we have now, and we need to use it as best we can. So Chris showed, this is just one of the performance measures. We had 3 salinity performance measures for SEP evaluation, the planning, and in 2012, 13, we were at the end game at that point. And this just shows for Terrapin Bay, right on the coast, right by a creek that is fed by from the western edge of Taylor Slough, what it looked like, and the overlap is what we want to see with the targets in gray. That's the paleo adjusted ribbon is the gray NSM ribbon. That was the target, and we had the same basins that were shown already. Were part of the evaluation and showed benefits with the alternatives. The R2, all 4R2 became SEP, and that it showed benefits throughout the bay, although not a lot in the dry season. This came from the South Florida Water Management District's annual report. And it showed, this is stages at Taylor Slough Bridge, which not only were higher in recent years, perhaps teasing rainfall and COP operations a part of is very difficult, but I think it's a pretty remarkable shift, particularly for dry season stages at Taylor Slough Bridge. My conclusion is COP looks good. And when I hear, and I think COP discharge flows should probably be a floor for SEP, and hopefully there's more flow coming. But I would be very wary of trying to decrease any flows, towards Florida Bay. So, and then this is Taylor Slough, so it is Florida Bay oriented. Okay, back to the mangroves, and I want to shift now to future stresses, and particularly stresses associated with sea level rise and salinization and potentially erosion along the coast. The mangrove zone is really important, and that wetland is really important. I'll make the case that if there's one target for SEP that should be dominant, it is how do we keep our coastal wetlands healthy, intact, maintaining their integrity, soil integrity, nutrient cycling and productivity integrity, because the salinization of the freshwater wetlands upstream will in part not depend, but will be modified by the state and the dynamics of the coastal wetlands. Okay, sea level rise curves. This is from Joseph Park. The blue line is very similar to the Corps' intermediate sea level rise line. They're all based on the same thing. It's a slightly different formulation. The red is 99% of the max of the RCP 8.5 maximum. That's right now. I'm not sure if that'd be considered a maximum, Every time there's a new iteration of modeling, it appears that what was maximum becomes more moderate. Maybe we'll top it off at some point, but I think the key point is acceleration is what's happening. And this is without ice. It's not without Greenland ice collapsing. Okay, back to this was part of SEP's evaluation at the end. It's the intermediate sea level rise. On the left is basically with the soil elevations kept exactly as they are now, no increase or decrease. The one on the right is with total loss of the surface soil. So with an intermediate scenario, the sea level, the marshes all the way to Tamiami Trail would be inundated. This is Joseph's scenario. Again, there's no ecological feedback here. There's no loss of soil. It's just static soil. But with on the bottom right, that's the higher sea level rise, already inundating the marshes to Tamiami Trail. Basically, an expansion of Whitewater Bay and Florida Bay to the north. In what ecological state, who knows? So what ecological feedbacks exist? And a really negative one is peat collapse, which Fred and Tiffany Troxel and a large group of scientists has been researching for the past 10 years intensively, and we have learned a lot. And what we've learned is, one, peat collapse is happening. It's happening in the brackish marsh, along near as you approach on the road, near the road to Flamingo. It's happening on the north in 10,000 Islands area. Again, here with basically a slightly different morphology, very discrete circular zones of subsidence and ponding, and the coalescence of ponds to basically the opening of the marsh to become an estuarine in nature. And we've learned a lot about mechanisms. The key findings is basically the combination of drying and salinization are promoting peat collapse. There's a nutrient interaction that seems to affect, based on experimental work, more above ground growth of marsh plants, sawgrass in this case. But the below ground root mass, biomass, is still lost, even with higher phosphorus. So this is a really great study, a publication, David Lagomasino, the NASA group, looking at post-Irma. And what this showed was there was a massive die-off, but a lot of the mangrove grew back, where the mangrove either didn't die or grew back quickly was near the rivers. Where there's good flow, flushing, mangroves were resilient. In areas, the basin areas that were stagnant, is where sulfide got really high and the plants are just dead and there's very little recovery. Black mangrove in particular had very low resilience. So when we think about freshwater flow to Florida Bay, we should be thinking about flow also to mangroves. And Rhizophora appears to be more robust, red mangrove, than the Abyssinia. So, okay, I have a lot of bullets, and this can be fodder for discussion. Because I'm just going through it. For Florida Bay, basically, the needs have not been met, and frankly, it's going to be very difficult, to get enough water to really change the salinity. It depends how much you believe the regression models. We can talk about that. But the impact can be along the coast, and I particularly if we focus on that north central area that Chris was showing is a real problem area, we can do a lot of good. There's a lot of room for restoration there and protection. So the only way to do that is, I think, is to get freshwater flow into that area. That's through Western Taylor Slough. We want to get water stages higher in the basin called Craighead Basin, immediately north of Seven Palm Lake, Western Taylor Slough, north of those lakes, which we can get into finer detail in discussions. With the coastal wetlands, they are threatened by sea level rise, peak collapse is happening, and those impacts will only propagate inland. It's not sea level. It is termed rise, not change. It's not just change. It's not a variability up and down. It's a trend that's going up, and it's accelerating up. And we're not going to stop it. SERP won't stop it. But our operations, though, this is an active adaptive management program for South Florida coast, that the whole world will be watching how we do this. We're not the only low-lying area, but we have an opportunity to see how well we can manage a system facing a low-lying flat area with sea level rise. So the coastal marshes are key. SEP deliveries can decrease soil oxidation via drying and fire as well. And then also maintaining wet soils with fresh water can minimize the salinization. So mangrove expansion may be a good thing because there are a lot of ecosystem services that the mangroves provide, good habitat, et cetera. So system-wide considerations to promote system-wide resilience, including the freshwater wetlands. Up in Shark Slough and even north of Tamiami Trail. We need to minimize soil loss, maximize soil elevation loss. We need to maximize soil elevation gain. And Fred can talk a lot about how we can best do that. Where the max is, I don't know. May not be as high as sea level rise, that rate, but we can do a lot of good that way. And build that, quote, foundational resilience. And that really is important, that we take those concepts from the performance measure that Fred and Carlos developed and use it through SEP, use it through the system. And then what are the things we need? We can talk about modeling needs, having more coherence, and using the word, quote, coherence. I don't see any gaps between any displacement of the goals for Florida Bay and the goals for coastal wetlands. Those are in sync. The water's deliveries that would benefit the coastal wetlands will also benefit Florida Bay. To more direct input via Taylor Slough versus going around Cape Sable, influencing the western boundary, clearly Florida Bay will benefit a lot more from a focus on Taylor Slough. But the entire coastline is important to manage. And I am worried that our perspective is always project-based, and we operate different, and WERP has its own thing going. BBC has had its own thing going, different models. I think we should be looking at the whole. I know this is Recover's domain, but Recover's not doing the modeling or the model development. I think we should be looking at Lossman Slough carefully, because that's going to have the same kind of stresses. Is WERP covering that? It's probably helping, but I don't know enough about WERP. But I just think SERP coherence, given what we're facing, we need system-wide perspectives, holistic approaches, and system-wide holistic analyses. So having common models, particularly an ocean model, I think would help us. I'll leave it at that.
So much, Dave. Yeah, and this is such a nice, expansive perspective that you're providing as complement to Lynn's. She gives us this expansive sense of time, And you're encouraging us to really focus in space and the granularity of that space, finding the harmony between targets. Yeah.
If you can easily do it, could you pull up your slide pretty early on in the presentation where you had a double-headed arrow spanning WCA 3A?
Oh, I'm walking the wrong way, sorry, that's in my extras, I know which one you mean. Going, but.
Yes, that one.
I don't think that's the original flowway.
No, I don't think it goes that way. Here's the thought. I've heard this for years that, yeah, no, I understand. I understand. I got that. And I'm going to come up there because I can do it better. What I hear for years that, you know, we don't have the full area left. So we can't force all of the water that used to go through a smaller, you know, through a tighter hole. That's not a good idea. But the piece that is very much missing out of that statement is put the original pre-drainage flow directions up there. And what you'll find is that you have stuff starting up at Lake Okeechobee, coming down, and then branching off to the east and branching off to the southwest. And the split is right around the eastern boundary of 3B. So the stuff that was the original that was coming down from the top, a big chunk of it went off to the east. And it would be a really bad idea to take that and try to squish it through 3A and 3B. That would be a problem. But you don't need to. If you look at those flow areas, the stuff that was supplying Florida Bay was coming through what we have left. So you don't, this problem of, oh my gosh, there's a trade-off between what we need for Florida Bay and making the wetlands upstream too wet, I think is a red herring. And look back at which is good for us. It helps us. And it's consistent with what we saw in Lynn's and in the work that Lynn presented, that when you look at the wetlands and the pollen, and when you look at down in Florida Bay, both of them say a lot more water came through that system. And that's consistent with, for instance, looking at Everglades National Park, which many of us have looked at from the air or satellite imagery or whatever method you want to look at. It's too dry. It's been too dry for a long time. And I don't know, I think it's actually helpful.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Chris. Any comment or?
I'm just thrilled to get Chris McVoy going for the first time. It's been a long time since.
I might have turned it off.
Is it on now? There's a lag, or you just overloaded it.
Is it working now? Hey, there you are.
Yeah. So just a pleasure to set Chris McVoy off. It's great. It's been a long time.
And I see online we have Lynn has her hand raised, so please share your comment or question, Lynn.
Yeah, so it's sort of a comment, sort of a question. So I agree with Dave 100% about the importance of the coastal wetlands. I didn't talk about any of the work that we do back in the mangroves, but we have been working back in those regions. But we've also been monitoring changes on islands in Florida Bay following Irma. They were islands that we had cored before Irma, and then we've seen huge changes. So I'm also just sort of throwing this out as something to consider later on. Like we know those islands are going to change as sea level rises, but the changes that they're undergoing are impacting the whole system. Because you talked about, well, Chris also talked about this, that the introduction of sediments and peats into the water are affecting the nutrient supply. Well, on one of the islands, we measured like about 5 feet of the berm collapsed following Irma. That was on Jim Foot Key. And a huge amount of the mangroves lost. So I'm just sort of throwing that out there. Like, are we going to worry about the islands and the mangroves on the islands? Do we think that that's something we kind of have to just leave to whatever happens? happens. So that was kind of just a comment and a potentially something for discussion later.
Yeah, Lynn, and also, I think when I think about individual locations in Florida Bay, I go back to Fred's observation from earlier in today, which is the role of groundwater flows, as creating unique ecological conditions embedded in a saline or semi-saline embayment. And I wonder whether, this kind of exploration of the role of groundwater, even if it could be accomplished historically through paleoecology, through the use of stable isotopes, if the organisms that live near strong groundwater flows may have incorporated stable isotopes that are indicative of that flow, either historically or in current condition. So that's something that I haven't heard a lot of talk about, but I'd be very curious about, Dave, your perspective on that and other folks. I think Fred has some comments on that.
Yeah, it's too bad Renee Price is not here, because that's exactly the type of information she could have provided. However, as part of the GEM project, what we have finding is that there has been a significant shift to the delivery of fresh water to Florida Bay from a significant amount of groundwater to Florida Bay. And now that groundwater goes to the wells along the East Coast. And so we are, with COP, making up a significant amount of that groundwater that used to go to Florida Bay in terms of surface water. And that's the shift. So the question we need to ask ourselves, is the surface water amount going to Florida Bay sufficient?
Yeah, I think, the differences, we know intuitively the difference between surface and groundwater is groundwater is not subject to evaporation the same way surface water is, which suggests that a groundwater flow could potentially, per cubic centimeter of water, it could be having a bigger ecological effect.
Thanks, Chad. Dave, could you go back one slide? This is Gina Ralph with the Corps of Engineers, for those on the line, or maybe two. To the beginning of your presentation. Yeah, I think you're going the wrong way. Okay, yep, one more forward. Stop here. Okay, so I'm hopeful that we can have the conversation later this afternoon as part of the science panel about that second bullet on your slide, where it says improve benefits to the east and west coast estuaries. I think that's one of the things that the team has been debating in SEP Ops 1, Increment 1, in terms of the importance of also providing flow to Lossman's in addition to Northeast Shark River Slough and Taylor Slough. So I just want to bring everyone back to ground us to the purposes for SEP and what we had planned to do, and use that as part of our conversation this afternoon.
Station care. I pulled out her presentations. When you had a question on the east-west,
Would that include like Lake Worth Lagoon and those sorts of, those eastern?
When I'm talking about the east and west coast estuaries, I'm not just talking about Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie. I'm talking about the entirety of Florida Bay, from the western, southwestern coast all the way to the southeastern coast. That whole arrow that you have on your next slide.
Yep, okay.
I want to talk about the importance of those as well.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, and one thing, just for a time check, I want to say, we're a little bit going over, so I think we're over our time, or we're exceeding our anticipated schedule a bit. So I think what we're going to do is have one more talk and then break for lunch, and have two talks after lunch. So here we are.
Tom Convoy. What I really noted was the sea level rise piece. And I think of all the restoration projects in Florida, this is the most impacted by sea level rise that I see as far as acreage goes. And it seems like that's going to dominate a lot of the response here. are we, I know that during SERP, we kind of threw in like 3 pages at the end of each yellow book on, or PIR on sea level rise. Are we looking deeply at how that's going to affect our ecology and such?
Thank you very much.
I'll only speak briefly that BBC, I think, has set a new standard on how sea level rise is being considered within the project, not just as an after action kind of check, which is what was done with SERP, with SEP. There's a lot of room for improvement in the way it's being done. I think we could have a lot of discussion on having example for BBC. It's a single static leap. Basically, what's the system like at a higher sea level, not a change of sea level during the evaluation, and instead and there are also a couple snapshots, but I'm not sure I agree with you, Tom, on that SEP as a proportion. SEP has a huge footprint, huge area. The proportion of area affected within, I don't know, 100 years may not be that much more. I would say the proportion of BBC affected within 100 years is higher. As a bit smaller number of acres. Yeah, I don't know that there's anything in SERP that won't be affected by sea level rise. I mean, you have water supply, flood control issues, water backing up. The system's going to keep changing, and it's going to get more and more challenging. Yeah, that's my humble opinion as an ecologist talking about everything else.
Thanks so much. So why don't we go ahead and, are there any more questions online, or why don't we go ahead and transition to the next presentation, which I believe is, pardon me? Zaki? Yep. Dr. Mustafa, thank you so much.
Yes.
And so now we're going to, we started out broad in terms of targets, brought us up to current condition with Chris. We went back to a broad context of integrating coastal marshes and estuarine condition with Dave's presentation. And now we're transitioning into a thorough discussion of hydrodynamic modeling. I think this is where we're going to revisit some of Jeff's questions in the first presentation, where the relative importance of rainfall and boundary conditions and sea level on Florida Bay. And just while we're getting spun up here, Melody, there's one thing that I've observed with the water quality monitoring I've been thinking about since last week with the water quality monitoring in Florida Bay. I think one opportunity we have with a reduced scale of monitoring program is to produce model, and with the historical information, is to produce model-based estimates of what we think water quality conditions are, and then, spend a small amount of time and energy confirming or refuting those, just to maintain our, the integrity of our information profile around Florida Bay. I always thought that was an interesting approach to monitoring at a large scale. So.
Data that we currently have to build the model.
Yes, I think exactly. Use the historical data to build a model, and we have some very talented modelers. To begin recognizing the mass exchanges and identify the likely water quality conditions, and then go out and validate or refute those with observed measurements, just at a small fraction of the scale that we have done historically. All right, so here we're lucky to have Zaki Mustafa joining us today with his with his colleagues, and we look forward to this thorough discussion of the Environmental Fluid Dynamic Code, the EFDC modeling for Florida Bay.
I don't know what I'm doing here. Here we go.
right? The construction of the model is just slightly less complicated than the presentation.
I don't know if I really, I'm too loud. I don't wanna.
That's for the people online.
Really? We care that much for them. Okay. Good afternoon, actually, everyone. It's actually very excited to be here because I'm seeing my colleagues for a long, long time, and the new faces actually that will carry the torch actually after we be gone. This work's been this model has been in the work actually since almost 1995, 1996. And Dave Rudnick actually was a key person working with me on that. I have Jeff G also from part of the team that did a lot of the water quality part of it. The original developer of the model actually, John Hamrick, the late John Hamrick passed away. So the only two people actually that know the EFDC for the Florida Bay, Jeff G and I. Just anyhow, I actually started out with a presentation, and then Jed sent me the questions. And I thought about it, and it turns out actually that, there are some people that are very familiar with what we did, the model-wise, and people are not familiar with everything, how the model works and all that. So here's what I did. The first part of this presentation, till the slide says questions, it's actually intended to address the question that Jed actually sent. The second part after the questions, all the slides after the question, if you need information about the model, it's all there in more details at least, so to give you an idea. So the presentation outline, I'm just going to talk about the model. I'll give you an example with future with no project and future with project. And we'll address a lot of these points that's been brought up. Lynn actually answered quite a few questions for that. Chris actually also provided good insight and good information, so it actually Dave with his overview. The model actually was calibrated for 7 years. The ones that actually are being highlighted in red just to express to you that that's the critical one for transport. Transport means salinity, physical transport, and dispersion of any water quality constituent. Any model that doesn't do this calibration is not a good model. That's simple as that. This just shows you actually how the model, we have 3 types of grids. This process actually of Dave Rudnick was part of it. It took a lot of different agencies actually to come up with these resolutions. So this is not our resolution, it's actually a whole lot of entities involved in determining what resolution this grid should be. And this just simply tells you that the model is calibrated for the tides, which is very important. And then you actually have the the hydrodynamic per station, the quantified accuracy regarding each station, the calibration wise. And this is just a sample of the key temperature and salinity. Salinity is key because it confirms transport is correct in the model. And that's what being supplied to the water quality, which most of the water quality constituent requires temperature. So these 2 samples here just show you that the transport and the temperature are actually well calibrated with the model. Now, I don't need actually to talk about this. You can actually look at it, but this tells you actually what the water quality constituents and included in the model. It's embedded within the EFDC, so it's only one model, one code. It's not 2 pieces. It's directly coupled, but indirectly coupled. And this is some of the results for the water quality for the same 7 years. Now, the question one, what is the relative importance of water going through? ENP, the Taylor Slough, or Shark River Slough. So it's interesting because independently in 2016 and recently in 2024, which was published, I looked into that. It was just on my own. There was no reason to do it, no fund for it or nothing. That's all to it. What this actually graph show you is that let's just double the flow to Taylor Slough and Taylor River and see what's going to happen to salinity structures at all the monitoring station. And that's what you're looking at. The black line is the current condition, which is pre-old SIR project pretty much. And the blue line actually is the double the current base for the flow. The green one actually represents rain. And the red lines is just the lower and upper salinity performance measure. And we kept everything in the calibrated model the same. The only thing that we changed is the flow amount. It's not just meeting certain salinity, it's the duration also that's very critical. How long would that salinity remain in one place? So from the same 3 runs, we did the duration curve, the probability. And you can see actually that the current one actually maintains 45% of the time, or meets that envelope 45% of the time. Compared to the doubling the flow, you get 70%. The most interesting one is that rain 85% of the time. And I pray to God actually to get one of those switches that I can actually turn rain on and off. That would be great, but we don't have that switch. So let's see. Well, what about Shark River Slough? I mean, is it better to actually to send the water to Shark or to send... Actually, the bottom line is no. It's not really making any differences whatsoever, doubling the flow to Shark River Slough. But for Taylor, you get the most benefit, or the most benefits for the buck you spend. Let's see what else we did. So in summary, for the doubling the historical flow, location is key, and that is actually regarding the Taylor Slough. No measurable impact for the Shark River. Rainfall is the dominant one. And the rainfall actually did big changes in all these stations. But none of the salinity means really, this is the means, exceeded 38 part per cent. Now, future with no project. From these runs, I can actually present to you monthly, seasonally, yearly, anyway, whether it's salinity time series or duration curves, and also include the sea level rise and all that. We can do a lot of things, run scenarios with the model that already available and ready to go with these things. But this is just an example. I actually tried to follow Lynn. I received the report a little late. So I really couldn't actually go through it, line by line to understand it. But this is here actually the 7-year simulation monthly means, whether it's 1Q or 2Q or the rain, versus also observation. And in the table on the top just gives you the monthly mean and all that, compared to also the observed value. And I took actually Whippery Bay simply because I was reading Lynn's report. And I said, okay, we have information there, maybe we should actually look into that and see. That actually didn't include her work yet because I'm not done with that report completely. But you can see actually that the difference in the in the duration curve during the dry season. It's only the observed salinity that exceeded, I think, about 15 or 18% of the time during those 7 years. So what is useful strategy in implementing Florida Bay hydrodynamic modelings to support? I learned about SIP and I still haven't figured out what CUP means, or the other one was Florida Initiative. These things, again, I wasn't involved. I retired in 2017. I'm sorry, so I'm learning these things. And what you're looking at here actually is simply put my brain dump. And I'm saving this for actually the discussion, for the open discussion for the entire group. These are ideas. This is not finalized or anything like this. Is just points that we really need to talk about during that discussion. Now, given the difference in rainfall, what should we do with the approach? And the key word that I heard that actually several times today is adaptive management. So this guy actually said, see next slide first. Okay, let's do that. This is a very important point for me, at least, that everybody should really think about it very hard. Because what's in our control? This is really the key questions. And what you're in control actually, again, is very obvious, Q, Q, and T, and D. That's it. Other than that, you have no control. I'm not going to go out there and plant mangroves or something like that, or plant seagrass or anything. No. These are the things that you can do. So what I'm saying here, it is not really a natural system. It's a managed system, and we have to manage it the right way. Now, to manage it the right way, actually, it's the simplest one. You have the tool. You have the model. You can run any scenario you want with all these management. You can actually, for example, if these, again, these points, the black ones, ideas and thoughts, these are actually for the open discussion. If you can actually come up with a rain pattern that can identify normal and wet and dry and all this, you can run these with the model, again, with also normal year or dry year or wet year, which is a lot of things actually we have done in this. And you can actually investigate what would happen to salinity, to water depth, and the timing. What are the key questions to distinguish the range of perspective? This is really the point be taken here. Time is everything. Timing is everything. Ideas, again, it's simply put, Lynn actually addressed some of these things, the flow values that she came up with through that regression model, the salinity value that she came up with, and the water depth that she came up with. All this information will definitely guide these scenarios to find out, or managing the system. If we put that amount of water during a wet or a dry season, are we meeting the salinity or predicted salinity through Lynn's and Marshall's model or not? Are we getting the right thing? So just being here for that first presentation, it really gives me great ideas of what we can look for and use to actually investigate. Is this the right amount, the right timing, the right location for this water to meet the salinity and the stage elevation that Lynn and Marshall actually came up with? Now, beyond that, you're on your own. You want to read more, read. But I thought that just this give you some ideas of what can this tool that a lot of money, a lot of effort is spent on it, and it got suspended at 2008, right? It was 2008. Yeah. But there are two publications that we did, the model itself, in 2024, and I think early this year I did the scenario for freshwater input, the amount of freshwater input coming into the bay. That's really what I had in mind. I think that will help at least investigate or determine if this is the right approach or not. Again, the take-home point is it's not a natural system, it's a managed system. And you only have 4 choices, QQ, DNT, and I'm pretty sure you know what this means. One of the things actually that I noticed also is that acre feet, cubic feet per second and all that, right? You saw that, right? So many different units being used. You know what the reason is? American people can handle this. The American. Anyhow, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Mustafa. And we really do. We love our acre feet here in the 50 states. You know, one thing that really connection that comes out of your presentation is something that, you know, not to put you on the spot, Ramon, but this is this connection to what I'm seeing in SEP of conditions-based operations and trade-offs. And what I see is one of the most important conditions for Florida Bay is recent rainfall or the rainfall evaporation balance. And that's, it just strikes me as that's maybe something we can bring into a spatially precise characterization. And DY, we've already put this in our comments on SEP as, you know, a spatially precise, one basin at a time, ongoing account of what's the balance of precipitation and rainfall, particularly for dry season flows. That could help us make more judicious decisions about how to operate the system.
Yeah, I think Chris and Dave and others brought up, you know, Taylor Slough and some of the implications from SET 1.0 and then what we've observed under COP. But the reality is that there is a lot of system constraints within to route water into Taylor Slough, which SET 1.0 is not, you know, is trying to address. But these are issues that, you know, trying to meet these targets, the realities on the ground regarding some of these constraints that have to be resolved. So, and then also the trade-off issues, and that was brought up here in regards to, you know, what are the ecological trade-offs for vegetation and other wildlife and fish and prey. You know, we don't want to also impact those indicators and those species by creating depths that are unsustainable for those species and for that vegetation, et cetera. So yeah, hopefully that will be addressed this afternoon in the panel discussions as well.
Yeah, thank you. That's, I mean, for me, that brings me to Dave's comment.
Zaki, I'll hold. I have so many questions about how you solve problems that John Hamrick encountered. But I think the question of the wet year, dry year, average year for scenario testing. I think with Florida Bay, particularly for an operational application, the memory of the system needs to be taken into account. That on the western boundary, a 1 year period might be sufficient. But when you get into an isolated basin in the interior of the bay, just looking at that 1 year, it depends on the pre-existing conditions. When you have such slow turnover of that average of 6 years, I mean, it's just a ballpark number, but it tells you that the rainfall patterns of 3 years ago have an impact on what you get now. So
the rain values used in these scenarios was coming actually from 5 base stations, you know. So I as far as I know now, they I just ran into this document a couple of days ago that says the marine monitoring station, 19 of them or 17 of them is still actually working from 2009 till today or something like that, because there was a report written about it, and I requested it, and I got it a few days ago. That much. So this new data can be added and expand actually the modeling years. The idea of normal, dry, and wet, that was something to open up the discussion. It's, as I said, it was a brain dump. Just put these things in here and have it as a placeholder till we have the, group discussion, and then we can decide what would be the best approach. But it's a managed system. It's not natural system.
I think that I just want to check online with Jeff. I think Jeff may have had his hand raised. Is there something you'd like to share with the group at this time, Jeff?
Well, not right now. Jack is saying what I want to say.
Okay. You guys, it's good to see you're in sync. Okay, yeah, so thank you very much, Zaki. Certainly a thought-provoking presentation, but also what I see is I feel like we have more confidence that we have all the requisite tools to really understand the management implications of our actions.
Suspensions, but now actually we're gonna revive it, I hope. And again, for a managed system, what you need to run all these scenarios is just a simple tool to say, okay, let's try this and let's try that. And that will give you and Lynn, actually the question that I was asking, like flow depth, it's already there, the salinity value, it's already been determined for this station. And if you recall, actually the aeration curve has selected Whippery based on that information. So.
Yeah, when I say in this, Gina, to go back to your kind of call to us to focus on, the coastal system, and the operational, the things we have under our control. For me, the presentations that we've seen so far and this discussion, I always feel like, as SERP has been developing, we go from sometimes we underspecify the question or discussion, or sometimes other times we overspecify. And I think what we have the opportunity here, now that we've done this for 10 or 20 or 30 years, we have a chance of getting just the right amount of specification. What are the simplest possible set of tools that we need to go forward and effectively manage the system in real time as we're operating? To me, that's getting that question right and getting that the tempo of interagency activity to so we can develop and distribute that information appropriately. That would be a threshold enhancement of adaptive management from my perspective. Yeah. So, and just for all you online, Gina agreed wholeheartedly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zaki. And so we just to adjust our schedule a little bit, I think we're going to go ahead and take the next two presentations after lunch. So if you all would like to take the next hour, we have scheduled.
Cool. All right. Thank you. So I guess I'm going to preface this as I'm not going to draw any alarming conclusions or recommendations. This presentation is mostly fuel for fodder, to discuss amongst us as the workshop progresses. A lot of it's already talked about. It's just probably packaged in a slightly different way. So this is a timeline that most of us are familiar with. I focused a lot of the stuff today on the ERTP to COP, essentially to present day. But this timeline I'm putting it together for a publication I'm working on, and it's kind of poignant because it kind of shows all the different changes in the South Dade system going, essentially affecting flows in Taylor Slough. And the idea, the way this presentation is structured is we're going to talk about what's coming in to Taylor Slough coastal basins, kind of what's going on in the Panhandle and Taylor Slough, and then kind of what's the end result at the creeks and stuff. And so the red box kind of really frames the ERTP to COP timeframe. After the Aerojet Canal and Frog Pond Detention Basin kind of started its operations, that's when we kind of kicked into ERTP, Everglades Restoration Transition Plan, for those that don't live and breathe the acronyms like we all do. And then we transitioned from, in about 2015 from ERTP to this incremental operations that was the pre-COP days. And then in October 2020, COP kicked in. And within that incremental operations period, we also had some significant changes in infrastructure going into Taylor Slough, associated with the Florida Bay initiative, as Chris was mentioning. So again, as part of a larger analysis, this is rainfall on the top. In the middle shows in blue Taylor Slough inflows, and the black Taylor Slough Bridge, and then on the bottom is that double mass curve. So folks that are remember Kevin Coten and his double mass curves, it looks very similar. We're specifically focusing on where this red box is, the ERTP to COP timeframe. You can see that the lines go from really low and they're starting to tick up. And so we're having this increase in discharge. And concurrent with that, we've seen some breaks in that double mass curve, both at Taylor Slough inflow, but as well as Taylor Slough Bridge. And now if we take that discharge and we kind of break it into seasons, which Chris presented some of the seasonal trend analysis, this is specific to on the top is the total inflows into Taylor Slough, and on the bottom is Taylor Slough Bridge. On the left side of that plot is the wet season flows. On the right side of the plot is the dry season flows. And so you can, again, that 2012 to current time frame is in the red boxes here. What's really interesting, exciting, good, and incremental progress, if you can call it that, is in the wet season, we've seen an uptick in discharges into Taylor Slough, but even more importantly, we've seen an increase in dry season flows going into Taylor Slough, and to the point of significance, if you did a trend analysis. And so that's really important, from a changing the timing a little bit, as well as the total volume going into the slough. Now, this last plot is a stage duration curve or discharge duration curve, specific to comparing daily discharge for Taylor Slough coastal basins, between ERTP in the dark green, incremental operations in that light green, if you guys can see it on the screen there, and then the red is COP. And you can see on the low end of that, between incremental ops and COP, there's not much of a change on this. So if on this kind of corner of the plot, the separation happens a little bit before the median, here, where we see this incremental ops and COP, and the deviation there kind of sticks until these really, really extreme events. And so all in all, I mean, we're getting more discharge into Taylor Slough coastal basins more of the time during COP as opposed to the other operation schemes. So that's what's going in. Since we have this plethora of data, right? We have elevation data, we have stage data, we have flow data. Being the weird data guy that I am, the first thing I thought of is, well, we can estimate a stage volume relationship for Upper Taylor Slough, and kind of take that and take it one step further and say, well, given these changes in operations, have we changed how much water is being, how quickly the water is sitting in Taylor Slough, Upper Taylor Slough, sorry. This is north of the Park Road, essentially. And so same color scheme as before. On the left is the time series of monthly estimated average retention time. On the right is the box and whisker version of that, just comparing the different operational periods. And so what we see is in ERTP, retention times within that Upper Taylor Slough portion, so between 332, what used to be 332, or the gap in the levee now, to the park inflow or Taylor Slough Bridge, the retention times were a little bit higher. So, you do the hydrodynamic math of that, discharges going in were lower, so we were less was flowing through. Stages were lower, et cetera, et cetera. In incremental ops and COP, we kind of shift a little bit, and retention times decrease on average or on median within Upper Taylor Slough, which is, I don't know. I did the analysis. I didn't really have much more to say about this other than it might be an interesting point to discuss and think about, because this has implications not just from the hydrodynamic perspective, but water quality up in Upper Taylor Slough. So water's moving through it faster. What does that mean? If you all know me, I think about phosphorus a bunch. So there's a little story there, I'm sure. So that's Upper Taylor Slough. Let's keep flowing downhill and think about how water levels in, I guess, lower Taylor Slough, lack of a better word. So just south of the Park Road. These two sites here I picked at random, sort of just looking at kind of what sites are available for data. P67, which is kind of right next to Taylor Slough, and then Ever 7, which is kind of over in the Panhandle area. On the top is the time series plots with the vertical color lines, or I'm sorry, horizontal color lines are the average during those incremental or the different operational periods. And then on the bottom is the stage duration curves for each site. And what's interesting here is both from a time series perspective, which is also reflected in those stage duration curves, is with each increment of operation, so ERTP to incremental ops to COP, we see on average an increase in water level at both sites, one more than the other, essentially. Now, we can make a bunch of inferences about that. Both from we have more water on the landscape perspective, but also during this time, we've also seen, sea level rise, obviously, but also in 2017-ish, and I'm still trying to hunt the specific reference for this, about the sea level rise acceleration in around 2017. And this plot here on the bottom left is the mean sea level, monthly mean sea level from NOAA for Virginia Key, Key West, and Vaca Key. And that red line, or the lines going through the data points there, is the 12-month moving average. And you can see, between 2012 is about here to current. It's a pretty good uptick in monthly mean sea level in general. But you see there's a lot of variability in there as well. And so that could explain some of these shifts and so it's kind of intertwined and related. And so there's a lot of discussion of those points, I think, related to our topics today. Now, since we're in Lower Taylor Slough, let's talk about down by the coast, since that's kind of what I was billed for on today's agenda. Here's a plot of the time series for I think it's daily average discharge for all the creeks there along upper Florida Bay. Similar configuration as the other ones. The top plots are all discharge. The bottom plots are the discharge duration curves. There's a lot to sit there and digest with this one. Some interesting things to note is, for the most part, Alligator Creek, there's not really much of a change over the different operational periods in average discharge or even daily discharge. When you look at the stage duration curves, they're all kind of on top of each other, which is kind of expected given the geomorphic conditions out there, with how disconnected it is from Taylor Slough. McCormick, you start seeing a little bit of a change between ERTP, incremental ops, and COP, but incremental ops and COP are kind of the same. Taylor River Mouth, you see a little bit of a deviation there. The biggest one, of course, is Mud and Trout Creek. You see these changes. And then West Highway, unfortunately, I didn't grab all the data for the 2012 to, I think it was 2016, 15 data set. And so I didn't include an average there because there wasn't enough data to really give it justice. And so we're kind of cut short there. So we've seen changes across these coastal creeks, some more than others. And Chris mentioned this, the net total discharge for the creeks related to the MFL. This is the 365-day moving total for all the creeks. So that's why it looks the way it does. And so again, outlining those 3 periods, ERTP, incremental ops, and COP, we see this stair step of, and the black line, black horizontal lines going through the data set there is the average for those periods. And you can kind of see a stair step of more discharge making it to the creek, or to the creeks into Florida Bay, which all, of course, has an effect on salinity in Florida Bay specifically. And so taking all that into kind of consideration, I did a little bit of, well, it took me a little bit, but took a little bit of statistical muscle. But I put together, and if you all know me, I did a spatio-temporal generalized additive model, which you can kind of put in a bunch of factors in there and kind of see how things affect what you're interested in. So in this case, we're interested in salinity in Florida Bay. And the way I have it structured is we have month and year as 2 separate terms, month year as an interactive term. Then we have the Oceanic Nino Index, SPEI, or the Standardized Precipitation Evaporation Index on a 12-month lag. The coastal discharge there for the moving 365-day, and then a spatial term. And when you do a generalized additive model, you get a fancy output like this of how each parameter, how the effects of each parameter compared to the salinity. And so what's really cool with this method too is you kind of can evaluate periods of change or points of change. And if you guys aren't familiar with this, a lot of this is going to be Greek, but hopefully I can decode it for you. Let's specifically talk about the spatial component of this. And so we have the month component. So we know salinity changes from month to month. Usually in the wet season, it goes low. In the dry season, it goes high. And so that's why you kind of get a nice bell curve looking plot there. The next one over is for year. So this shows the effect of year on salinity. And you can see from year to year, there's changes. So from 2012 to about 2016, there was a significant increase in salinity. And then as we moved along, it kind of leveled out. And then we see another increase in 2020 to 2021-ish. And then it starts to decline. You can see this, you can look at it also, since this is an interactive term, you can see that this is one of those 3D maps that you kind of have to put your brain into. But what we see in the 2012 to 2017 period, we see a lot of almost like a synchronous behavior of salinity across the bay. And so when it goes from this light color, which is high salinity, to this purpley color, low salinity relative, you see this kind of flip-flop through as it goes through the months. After 2017, we start seeing less of those spots and more of a solid color for a given period. So there's temporal variation in salinity across the bay. Wow, who'd have thunk that? When we talk about the Oceanic Nino Index, this is getting at the La Nina, El Nino kind of effect on salinity. Now, this is obviously a lot more complicated than just some metric that is spit out of a model or an estimate of things. There's also a seasonal component in that a little bit too that complicates it. But for the purposes of this model, I just kind of focused on those 3-month 3-month average values. And you can see as from 0 to negative values indicate kind of drier and warmer conditions. So you kind of expect some variability in salinity. And then the greater than 0 values here on the ONI means wetter and cooler. And so obviously if it's wetter, the salinity is going to be lower. So in this high extreme values here, salinity is going to be a little bit lower. There's a lot in that we can talk about in this specific one. For the SPEI, you know, from -1 or -2 to -1, it's kind of a significant period, in that it's moving from extreme drought to not so droughty. If that's a way to think about it. So the salinity is starting to decrease. And then from 0 to 2, that means it's getting, going from a normal condition to a lot wetter. You see another kind of dip. And then I don't know I need to look more into the data to see what this means, but towards the end here, it kind of starts going back up. So it's a food for thought, I guess. And then as you expect with the discharge into the bay, as more discharge comes, salinity drops and significantly. So that line really makes sense. And then what's, I guess, the cool part of this model is since it has space involved, we can see the effect of the spatial variability across Florida Bay salinity. And as you would expect, the salinity is lowest up by the creeks, highest down by the fringe there on the west side. So, that's kind of a sprint through generalized additive models and kind of what this all relates to Florida Bay salinity, how I put it together. But what's interesting is you can also take this and between our time frame kind of do a predictive aspect of it. And I know we've seen some interpolations and all that kind of stuff of salinity across the bay, but this is I'm going to show you guys an animation of the predicted salinity given this model. And the way the animation looks is set up is this is obviously the map of Florida Bay. For orientation purposes and only, I use those fathom basins up there to kind of orient folks. And then those dots are the sampling locations that was used in the model. And so buckle in, folks, you're in for a show. So here's the animation that kind of steps through it. It's relatively fast just because I wasn't sure the best way to kind of speed it. But you can see as it goes through time, the bay kind of does the pulsating, and it originates from, low salinity up near the coast, up near the bay, the creeks there. High salinity coming in from the west, and it obviously varies through time with some interesting aspects here. In the next slide, I have a couple of these pulled out to kind of talk about. And we already just looped through it again. So I'll be happy to share this for folks so you guys can digest as much as you want, but we can sit here and stare at this all day. I know I can. So here's 4 month, year kind of time periods that predicted from the model that I pulled out. Mostly the reason why I pulled these specific times out was because of the extremes of them all, not necessarily because I have any preconceived notion of what happened during that, other than I know in 2015 it was one hell of a year, in that we've had the diebacks, the seagrass dieback, and what we see here is and then the numbers in the bottom right is the range of the salinity across the range of predictions across the domain here. And what you see is, high salinity from 33 to 50. This dark orange blob here just so happens to be where that die-off is. That general area is in the 50s. Meanwhile, the creeks here are in the 30s. Almost a year later, or 6 months later or so, the salinity regime there changed dramatically. This is February 2016, where salinity ranged from 11.8 to 30. Again, we see a weird little variability here in this blob, where the dieback area is, but that's a more stable, quote unquote, condition, I guess, when you talk about salinities.
Hey, Paul, there was a quick question in the chat, which I think you can address in real time, which is from Kevin. He's asking about the locations for your model. They seem to be at the intersections of the bays. Is that for any specific purpose, or the monitoring sites in your model?
That is literally what's available in DB Hydro.
Okay.
So these are the sites that the park monitors, and the data is pushed to DB Hydro. So these are long-term daily salinity sites. Yeah.
Thanks.
So
I hope that addresses your question, Kevin.
Thank you.
yeah. Sorry, I didn't see it ahead of time. So January 2024 here on top right, you get salinity conditions from like 5 to 30, vastly different than February 2016, and then July 2025, since we were in one heck of a drought. It's interesting to see how the salinity varies, 24 to 41 or 42, but 2015 was a drought, and these look dramatically different. Granted, the drought, you can't compare a drought to a drought, equally, but it is interesting to see how the salinity regimes have shifted, or the salinity regime might have shifted, or the variability in salinity across the bay has shifted over time. I don't know if that's concurrent with, if you could 100% say, yes, this is because of operations, but it seems like we're making progress in putting more water into Taylor Slough, which just so happens to be reflected in changes in coastal discharge, and then of course salinity regime. And my last slide, if I can get back to that, is just the take home that this similar type of analysis I was planning to do it for Shark River and Lossman, but of course didn't have the time, but we'll be doing that in the future to kind of think about how, discharges, freshwater inputs versus stages versus coastal discharge. So with that, I'll take any additional questions if there are any.
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing that, Paul. And I think we're all very interested in, and I think Gina in particular has already asked for this, is in following up and seeing what the results of your analysis are, what the compare and contrast between how Florida Bay has changed since COP compared to Shark River Slough and Lossman Slough. Because those are the three major flow paths in play right now in SEP 1.0.
Yep.
Would be how water is distributed among those three runoff, among those three large scale sloughs. Yeah, so if anybody has any comments or questions for Paul, now's a good time. Dr. Rudnick?
Okay, Paul, just one quick question, and I can comment on the boundaries for the stations there. But your double mass curve, when was it? Looked like you did have despite you attributing it to Kevin Coden, it's like I really find those double mass curves really informative and useful. So it looks
absolutely.
Like it looks like there's a break in slope. That last second from last dashed line. What's the date on that?
I believe this is 2016.
Okay, so that's a transition from ERTP to COP explorations somewhere.
Yeah,
that's a is it 2018? Okay, so that is COP. That really may be the most convincing slide I've seen regarding COP being. Yeah, it's Mod Waters. It's COP, yeah. So it's not official till 2020.
Yeah, it's the incremental operations.
We're doing the testing, yeah.
Yeah.
For 7.2 that's rainfall.
But yeah, so it's cumulative. But it's a break in that relationship between, we're getting more flow per unit rainfall.
Yep.
That's the key, and that trying to tease out rainfalls, the really hard part on these operational analyses. And that's pretty convincing, I would say. Let me just say the platforms where the data came from are all on fathom basin boundaries, because the platforms are all in shoal waters on the banks, and the basins are defined by the fathom basins are defined by the banks. So that's why they're always on the edge.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I feel like that this double mass curve really connects to, you know, Zaki identified and previously we identified and maybe it was, I think it was Dave's presentation earlier today, just like 3 times increase in Taylor Slough flows versus a doubling of increase in Shark Slough flows. But I think what we're seeing here is that connection between, you know, additional flows into Shark River become additional flows into Taylor River to some degree through the seepage management system. So there's some degree of substitutability between those two flow sources, but I think we've reached close to the limit of that substitutability. You know, I think to get more flow for Taylor Slough, we're going to have to dedicate it rather than just harvesting it off the seepage from Shark Slough.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jed. That's something I wanted to bring up. And Paul, I'm looking forward to your paper. But in your analysis, you mentioned COP and ERTP, but what operations specifically are you looking into in your inflows into Taylor Slough? Because looking back through the COP operations, there's really 2 structures that could deliver water, additional water into Taylor Slough into C111, and that's the 334 pumping, and then the 335 of the movement of water through 334 and movement of water through 335. In looking through the COP period of operations, we only delivered water through those mechanisms in January 2021, which your graphic showed, and then also in 2024, in January 2024, and throughout 2024, again, because of high water conditions that we have throughout the system. But so I'm kind of curious, are you referring to COP operations from the 332s and the C111, managing seepage and rainfall within the basin, or delivering water from 3A and elsewhere in above Tammy Trail?
Yeah, so when I'm talking about COP operations, obviously is when the record of decision was signed, is when that limit or that boundary occurs in the data. But I think also to remind folks that I think it was in incremental operations as well as in COP, we had additional structures in Taylor Slough or going into Taylor Slough available that we didn't have in ERTP. And those structures are the G737 and the S328. Granted, S328 doesn't really flow much in general, and it has to overcome some of its engineering issues. But in the incremental ops and COP is the first time we get to see frog pond detention basin water being pushed into Taylor Slough through the G737. And I think that right there is a contributing factor to this kink here in the Taylor Slough inflows. Because that is another endpoint to the slough. Now, what that means for water quality wise, that's a whole nother discussion. And one that will be had, I'm sure. But yeah, so that, I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about when we're talking about COP ops.
And Paul, I want to mention at the same time you see the 737 increased flows, we backfilled the lower end of L31W.
That's right.
That
And there was canal plugs.
Yeah, those canal plugs really hold water back compared to what happened before that. And what I don't see is the effects of S199 and S200.
True.
Pushing water towards Taylor Slough, whether or not it gets there.
Right. Yeah, and that's something I didn't look at just because it wasn't typically in our paradigm of Taylor Slough coastal basins. Kind of maybe it should, I don't know. But this discharge duration curve is Taylor Slough coastal basins and all. So that means the 332 D, S 328, G 737, S 18C, that whole suite that's kind of included. It'll be interesting to see how 190, well, the Aerojet essentially changes, between ERTP and COP, and if there are changes.
Yeah, Paul, and Ramon's comment helped me remember, that the operations of the S335 and how it connects to the 356 and 334, sort of on that northeast corner of Everglades National Park, or the southeast corner of Conservation Area 3B. That's actually, when we modeled it, COP was supposed to dry out Conservation Area 3B. It was supposed to be a little too dry. And now you remind me, we haven't used that operation at all. And that was supposed to extend, and we were supposed to use that operation to bring water from 335 down on the Lower East Coast during the dry season. That was supposed to be the driver of the extending Taylor Slough flows into the dry season.
And I guess also not to be too snarky about this, but what the hell is COP anyways? We've been in deviation every other year.
It was 3 years of my life, Paul Julian.
Yeah, I know. But to be truthful though, I mean, we've had 3 deviations of COP since COP's been authorized. And so what was modeled versus what's in the real world are obviously 2 vastly different things, and it's driven by conditions within the system. And so, even in the modeled world, I don't think we expected 3A to be as wet as it was to cause one of the deviations. And so we have to kind of react to that. So, yeah, it's all there's all asterisks next to everything when you say COP nowadays, just because we're not sure.
So I just wanted to address Bob's question with the 199 and 200. Those did not change with COP. Those are operated as per their permits that South Florida Water Management District has. So I'm sure you could tease apart to try to see what the effects are, but those operations were taken and just placed into COP as is.
2016, yeah, because 2016 was operating with a constant. So yeah, there's most of the water that's being delivered to Taylor Fluid is basin water, rainfall water from 111. So if the operations are just specific to the 332s, frog pond detention areas, and seepage management, I mean, that's the only additional water we're getting into C111 and into Taylor Slough. Like Jed said, we've been trying to deliver more water from 3A, 3B, through 335, 334, but we haven't been able to use those unless we have high water conditions in 3A and deviations. And then sometimes we're able to deliver, which only happened in 2021, January 2021, and throughout 2024, which Paul's graphics there in Florida Bay show, how much water was delivered to Taylor Slough during those 2 time periods.
Yeah, I had one more thought. So the 199 and 200, they're tied to a permit, but isn't 199 have obviously operational triggers and constraints associated with it, right? Like the headwater and tailwater, all that kind of stuff, to say when that water is flowed, right?
Yes, Gina's nodding her head, yes.
Okay, so one thing also to remember is during this period, we also put in a seepage wall was completed.
Yeah, exactly.
And so the amount of seepage from Northeast Shark River Slough is vastly reduced, which, I mean, granted, it's not going to change operations, but it's going to change when the pump turns on and off, or gates open and close. And so system-wide, there are shifts and changes. All very complicated, and I am not the person to tease apart every single part of it. So I look forward to more discussion about it.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind going back to slide 5, I just have one little comment about that, but we also are starting to transition to our next and final presenter of the day. Really what I see in the COP, I found this retention time analysis really interesting. And it does seem like median retention time in COP is slightly lower, but the range, the interquartile range is broader.
Yep.
So we have both times of lower retention time and higher retention time associated with COP. So I just, I always think about Taylor Slough as 2 components. One is the connection between Taylor and Shark Slough. And then also, then it's the Taylor Slough seepage management system process. And I wonder if that difference in behavior could be that expansion of the interquartile range might be associated with those two mechanisms operating for the first time. Because we never really were at a stage level in Northeast Shark Slough so that we got a perceptible direct connection between Shark and Taylor Slough until COP was implemented. So if you can figure that out and let us know how it turns out.
Yeah, sure, totally. I'll get on it and get to you tomorrow.
Just a historical note here. We had a direct connection between Northeast Shark River Slough and Taylor Slough until 1981. There's a flow section called Taylor Slough at Context Road, and it actively showed surface water flow connection, and then we lowered the canals. And the lowering of the canals eliminated that direct flow until you get to a much higher stage.
Thank you for that context, Bob. That's why you're actually the real facilitator here. No? All right. So our last presentation of the day. And I think we're already doing kind of informally what our goal was, is just having extended discussions on points of interest. Adam wants me to make sure that we identify the areas where we disagree before we end the day, and make sure we have some good discussion about where there might be differences in perspective. In addition to where we agree. I think Dave's already identified one of those, potentially. You said, we'll get there. So yes, our next presentation is Ethiopia and ASEFA are going to be looking at the GEM project and integrated surface and groundwater monitoring for Shark and Taylor Slough, which has been a wonderfully successful project, and I assume it's going to be continuing for some time. Fred, is that the case? Or no, it's almost done. It's completed.
Yeah, funding. We have 1 more year of funding.
Yeah. So we have 1 more year of funding for the GEM project that's dedicated at this point. Yeah, and everybody online, you all have access to your microphones, so you're welcome to jump in anytime. And I think with no further comment within the room, Ethiopia and ASEFA, please take it away.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ethiopia. I'm a PhD student at Florida International University in the Department of Earth and Environment, and I'm here today with Dr. Asafa Mandlesa, and we will be presenting our work on spatiotemporal dynamics and interaction of surface and groundwater in South Florida. So I'll walk you through our study or our presentation, which has 5 parts. First, I'll talk about the objectives and study area design. Then our data collection and analytical methods, followed by key results pertaining to temporal variability of groundwater elevation and spatial variability as well. And Dr. Asafa will conclude with summary and implications for water management. So we have 3 main objectives in this analysis. The first objective is to evaluate temporal patterns, decadal changes, and seasonal variability in groundwater elevation, and how that relates to surface water stage, discharge, natural flows such as precipitation and ET. To do this, we segmented the study area into 3, or organized the study area into 3 interconnected hydrologic zones, starting from the water conservation areas 3A and 3B, followed by the Everglades National Park, Taylor Slough and coastal watersheds, and finally Florida Bay. The second specific objective is to evaluate spatial patterns of groundwater elevation and surface water stage. For this analysis, we took the entire mainland portion of the study area and developed spatially interpolated monthly averaged groundwater and surface water elevation maps. And then finally, we looked at, or we tried to quantify the influence and timing of upstream managed and modified flows into Florida Bay and how it affected water levels in Florida Bay. So a large segment of our presentation focuses on characterizing upstream hydrologic processes, which is important for the aim of better adjusting or understanding water control plans and for optimizing freshwater delivery timings and volumes to Florida Bay. We touch upon Florida Bay just a little bit to try and understand factors that may influence Florida Bay water levels. So we have 25 years of hydrometeorological data spanning 1997 to 2022. Our main data is groundwater elevation at shallow monitoring wells within the defined study area. We considered using shallow monitoring wells in the Biscayne aquifer because we expect that the most pronounced surface to groundwater interaction occurs at the shallowest portion of the aquifer. We also collected surface water stage and discharge from key control structures using DB Hydro and USGS stations. We also have rainfall measurements from rain gauge networks using DB Hydro, and monthly water use statistics and losses through ET. Those were collected from the Everglades Depth Estimation Network. And we finally have monthly sea level at stations Key West and Vacay Key stations obtained from PSMSL. So for analyzing groundwater elevation variability over the 25-year period, we use two main approaches that are complementary. The first approach is additive time series decomposition, where we separated the long-term trend from its seasonal counterpart. We evaluated the trend using statistical tests to see whether there are significant increasing or decreasing trends in each well across the study area. We then evaluated the seasonality of groundwater elevation and surface water stage and compared that with the seasonality of rainfall to see when these seasonal peaks coincided and what the relative correlation was. Second, we used cumulative differencing, which tracks the accumulated differences between variables over time to reveal long-term relationships. So we put our average condition, our baseline condition, to be the 25 years between 1997 and 2022, and we evaluated any departures, any monthly departures from the context of what our baseline 1997 to 2022 conditions were. We applied this to compare groundwater elevation changes across two drivers. The first one was managed flow, and the second was natural precipitation minus ET. Finally, we interpreted these results by measuring the direction of trend, synchronicity or timing and correlation, and steepness of slope. So the rate of slope we used the rate of slope to understand whether operational water management or natural processes were the potential driving factors for the observed changes in groundwater elevation. So here I'm showing two plots, one for average conditions in water conservation areas 3A and 3B, and another plot for the Everglades National Park. The black line indicates the cumulative difference plot that tracks that long-term trend in groundwater systems between 1997 and 2022. And then we have the green line in both plots, which represents precipitation minus ET condition averaged for that portion of the water conservation area in Everglades National Park. And then we have the purple line designating average flow. The vertical red line denotes temporal regime shifts that we observed using change point analysis. And we saw that these temporal shifts occurred at the end of 2005 and at the end of 2015. The first period between 1997 to 2005 was had a generally increasing groundwater elevation trend, which was also corroborated by an increased flow and increased precipitation minus ET. This was followed by a reduction in groundwater elevation with significant sharp declines or sharp slopes. These were attributed due to persistent droughts and drought onset. For instance, we have the 2007 drought, 2009 and 2011 severe drought conditions that resulted in a drop in groundwater elevation. Similarly, we see a similar situation with the average flow from S12A up to S12, measured from S12A to S12D, and we see again a sharp decline in these flow characteristics as well. Post 2016, we see a reversal of groundwater elevation, where we have a positive groundwater elevation plot, and that is also followed by a positive or an increased average flow. On the other hand, precipitation minus ET generally reduced after 2016. So despite reducing precipitation minus ET, the increase in average flow may have contributed to the increase in groundwater elevation post 2016. This is also seen in greater correlation between groundwater and flow compared to that of groundwater and precipitation minus ET in the Everglades National Park. Moving further downstream into the coastal areas, we also evaluated the average groundwater elevation in these coastal portions, and then we evaluated them against flow, precipitation minus ET, and then we introduced sea level variability, all of which are represented at monthly cumulative difference. Here we also see that there is an increase after 2016 in groundwater elevation in these coastal portions, and that is also similar to the increase in flow and also increase in sea level. So although groundwater elevation and sea level have a very high correlation, we also see a modest correlation between groundwater elevation and flow. So what I'd like to mention here is that even though we see an increase after 2016 in both freshwater areas and coastal portions, the freshwater areas respond more readily to natural drivers or seasonality, where we see drying in dry seasons and significant wet in wet seasons. However, in these coastal portions, because of an increase in saturated depth, there is a subdued response to natural variability or seasonality, and we see an increasing saturation even during traditionally dry periods. This may indicate that sea level has a much stronger influence in these coastal portions rather than managed flow, even though we see a high correlation.
Ethiopia, before you go on, there's a question in the chat that Kevin kind of posed about the S12s, about how you might account for the operations of the S12s in this analysis. So I'm not sure if you can account for it or not, but I just wanted to point out the question.
Right. We took monthly data from S12A, B, C, and D, which have a direction towards the Everglades National Park, and we considered that to be an input or an inflow into that area. So, yeah, we accounted.
Those were grouped with the S33s as well and the S356. Is that correct? Those
Yes.
are all along the Tamiami Trail. It seems like they're all associated with the Everglades Basin.
I think that's correct. I might see that in the plot here. Yes, S333 and S334 were also considered. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess I think they're all grouped in, is to answer your question, Kevin.
Yeah. And then we took the average of all. Moving beyond the cumulative difference plots, we move into the seasonality analysis. So our seasonal plots indicate that both groundwater elevation and surface water stage have an almost overlapping seasonality, both in terms of timing and magnitude of their seasonal effect. So we have a peak of around October for both groundwater elevation and surface water stage, and the lowest is shown in May. This is for the water conservation areas, and this is for an average condition in the Everglades National Park. Bringing into context rainfall, we see that it has a bimodal peak where it initially peaks around June, followed by September. And we found that the strongest correlation between rainfall and groundwater elevation was at 3 months for the water conservation areas and 2 months for the Everglades National Park. We then quantified the percent increase in groundwater elevation in these defined segments. So in the water conservation areas, we found an up to 16% increase between 2006 to 2015 levels and 2016 to 2022, where we found a reversal or a recovery. But on the other hand, for surface water stage, we still see that the 1997 to 2005 levels are still the highest from the overall, followed by 2016 to 2022. So even though the recent years have recovered from 2006 to 2015, it still has not reached the initial levels. We see a similar characteristic in the Everglades National Park and an even higher increase of up to 27% between months May and July. We also see a similar increase in surface water stage as well. So the most recent year, 2016 to 2022, is characterized as having the highest surface water stage and highest groundwater elevation. So to understand the spatial mechanisms behind these temporal trends, we also examined the geographic distribution of groundwater elevation and surface water stage in the GEM area. So on the left-hand side, we have groundwater elevation patterns where there is a general high groundwater elevation around East Collier and Water Conservation Area 3A, reducing as we go towards the coast. The direction of groundwater movement are perpendicular to the equipotential lines. We see that flow is primarily westward or southwestward, and then we have flows that flow into Taylor Slough. We have a much steeper gradient around the northwestern portions of the study area and a much flatter gradient under Tamayami Trail. We see a similar characteristics in surface water stage, where we have higher surface water stage in the northern parts and water conservation areas, declining as we go towards the coast. We included a local bivariate analysis to try and see if surface water groundwater interactions were direct and linear. Majority of the study area showed that groundwater responded positively and linearly to surface water stage, whereas some isolated regional areas showed non-linear response, where there was not a direct response to increase in surface water stage on groundwater elevation. So these mainland portions or these mainland spatial patterns connect to Florida Bay through Coastal Creek discharge, where we have measured flow, and potentially through submarine groundwater discharge, which is one of the pathways of between upstream areas in Florida Bay. So we looked at long-term trends in the Florida Bay system, where we saw a significant increasing trend between 1993 and 2023. We have about 0.017 feet per month increase and these are the stations that we used for surface water stage monitoring in Florida Bay. We evaluated correlation of surface water stage with canal water stage, as well as groundwater elevation in these coastal portions, and we found medium to strong correlation of up to 0.56 to 0.61, diminishing as we go up towards the canal. And then we have around 0.66 correlation between surface water stage and groundwater elevation in these coastal portions. We then looked at creek discharge patterns within the predefined 3 temporal regimes, as well as surface water stage across the 3 temporal regimes. Unlike the upstream areas, Florida Bay water levels have been consistently increasing with time. We don't necessarily have a declining phase for Florida Bay, so there's a constant and consistent increase in surface water stage. In terms of discharge, we also don't see a similar characteristics as we saw in those upstream areas. 1997 to 2005 levels had the highest creek discharge between July and October, although we do see some increase between 2016 to 2022 compared to the declining level. Discharge and surface water stage don't necessarily mirror each other. We also, again, looked at individual creek discharge, or we examined individual creek discharge with Florida Bay using a linear regression to understand each creek's contribution to Florida Bay surface water stage. We found that Eastside Creek had the strongest individual relationship, which is located along or upstream of along the western portion of Florida Bay. And that explained about 56% of the variance. And that was followed by Mud Creek, Trout Creek, and Taylor River. In general, we consider this to explain modest variance in bay water stage, and this is generally due to other factors influencing surface water stage variability in Florida Bay. So we included sort of a core-scaled analysis where we treated Florida Bay as a lumped system and used bay-wide average water levels as our dependent variable in a random forest regression. And given that we're analyzing the bay as a single average system connected to both the Gulf and Atlantic, sea level variability dominated at 88.3% of relative importance. However, even at this lumped scale, freshwater delivery still had measurable influence, where creek discharge contributed to about 2.2% of the relative importance. And we also have rainfall that contributed 2.6% of the relative importance. So these freshwater contributions remain detectable in the average system response. And we can further evaluate these against water quality, which could show a more direct influence. This is generally showing the partial dependence plots where sea level sort of dominates, but then we have other variables that have minor influence on Florida Bay surface water stage levels. So I'll pass it on to Dr. Asafat to continue with the summary and implications.
Okay, thank you very much, Ethiopia. So as Ethiopia indicated, our analysis identified 3 distinct hydrologic phases over the 25 years period of analysis. The first one, as you said, is the base period, which is 97 to 2005. because there's actually higher discharge rates followed by a decline in the flow of groundwater 2006, 2015 for various reasons, including prolonged dry periods. We also have observed the reversal phase from 2016 to 2022, where groundwater levels actually have increased, reflecting the changes in the managed discharge and aquifer recharge patterns. So this clearly demonstrates a direct relationships between managed water release and regional groundwater health, very critical for water managers. Regarding response dynamics, we have identified or we have found strong correlations between definitely rainfall and groundwater elevations with about 2 to 3 months of lag time. And this is actually an important information for water management decisions. The short-term anomalies that was actually responsible for groundwater fluctuations can be attributed to droughts and storms as well. When it comes to Florida Bay, we documented a significant and also a consistent increasing trend in surface water stage, again, driven by sea level rise, accounting about 88% of the surface water stage variability can be explained by that, whereas the creek discharge, as indicated, showed a very minimal influence. The next slide, please. So when it comes to coastal areas, actually this brings us out to our coastal area finding, which we have found a profound implications for management strategies, particularly in Southern Everglades National Park in the Florida Bay. The sea level has emerged again as a dominant driver with 88% of influence on the Florida Bay stage. So, and this area is also found to be experiencing around the year saturations with minimal vadose zone buffering capacity. And also critically, we have found limited response to upstream management, definitely when it comes to Florida Bay and in these coastal zones. This suggests that we need to have two separate management protocols, one for upstream, mainly driven by flow response, whereas the other is actually for the coastal areas, was driven by sea level. So our recommendation particularly here include maybe creating a sea level rise specific management protocol, also incorporating maybe new real-time sea level monitoring into the operational decisions will be also very important. And there are areas like the East Collier and also some parts of ANDP that actually requires maybe more additional monitoring to benefit the sea level rise specific management protocol. The next slide, please. So there was a question that Jade wants us to answer regarding Taylor versus Shark River Slough. So our spatial hydraulic gradient analysis suggests that the Taylor Slough provides the primary freshwater pathway to Florida Bay. That's what it clearly shows, whereas the Shark River Slough flows predominantly towards the Gulf based on the groundwater and surface water elevation patterns we have. And also when it comes to direct versus indirect flow contributions, Taylor Slough provides a direct freshwater discharge to Florida Bay, even though we're not exactly sure how much water is actually enough to go into the bay. While the Shark River's contribution is actually more indirect, particularly through coastal rivers and estuaries. And historically, the Shark River Slough has actually reduced over a period of time, but still, larger in terms of size, but still the Taylor Slough remains a very critical freshwater delivery for Florida Bay. Next slide, okay. In terms of future directions, looking forward, I believe we suggest to develop maybe an integrated hydrological model, particularly to distinguish between what is managed induced flow versus a natural flow. I think this is really very important, particularly in terms of revealing a more critical information for the reversal phase that we have found over here. So this will be better inform water management strategies. Also, any effort to evaluate and also quantify the contributions of seepage and groundwater deliveries to Florida Bay will be an important information. This might be also very helpful to really do an assessment of the success of the Florida Bay plan that started in 2016. That's really very important information because there are some questions still that enough water is not being diverted into the northern part of the Taylor Slough. The long-term salinity pattern evaluation and also correlations with the water level variability will be very important. That will give us more information about the system dynamics and also any ecological implications that brings about. And then finally, of course, as being said, it's good maybe to capitalize on extreme weather events like hurricanes and tropical storms for strategic aquifer recharge that might be converting actually this particular impetus into opportunity for water management. That will be very important. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Asefa in Ethiopia. It was a information-rich and very comprehensive discussion of hydrologic conditions and stages. I think that it's very helpful for us, especially in seeing the difference in the behavior of Conservation Area 3 and Everglades National Park. Did you guys pick up on that? Where it looked like Conservation Area 3, water levels declined during a transition period, but then they actually started going back up in the period of COP. It's 2016 to 2022. While the park was consistently increasing levels across the three different temporal zones. I mean, you think that's an accurate, concise summary of what you saw in those two compartments? Asefa in Ethiopia?
Yeah. Okay.
So we saw similarities in both Everglades and conservation areas 3A and 3B, where both increased, declined, and then started to increase again. The continuous and persistent increase was seen in Florida Bay water levels. So
that was being more of a sea level rise signal rather than a precipitation and water management signal.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Rudnick.
Yeah, I'm wondering if your data, if you can, you have enough resolution in Northeast Shark Slough to detect kind of the surface operations and seepage management features coming online to the east. Whether, and particularly interested in whether that gradient, the general gradient to the southwest from Northeast Shark Slough to the southwest, whether locally there's also a vector that would go south towards Taylor Slough. That's kind of getting back at the questions we were asking after following Paul's presentation, I believe.
Right. Yes, I mean, the stations are a bit sparsely distributed, so we may not have those fine-grained spatial patterns to get at these variabilities. But based on the data points that we have, those are the gradients that we're able to come up with. But yes, if we did more fine-scaled analysis and additional data, the direction might change a little bit.
Thank you.
All right, so I think we have the opportunity here to continue this discussion, but also to extend into the panel discussion now. So I think now is the time whenever we feel free to raise the interesting points from previous presentations.
Before we go there, Ethiopia, could you bring up the contour map again of the gradients? Because that is, I think, one of the more critical things that we need to understand. And so on the right is all the stations that you used. And in the middle, what you see, if we go where the 2 Mile Bridge is, if we go where the Northeast Shark River Slough, what you see is a very gentle gradient. And right in that yellow area and that light green area, going all the way down to Taylor Slough, as part of the GEM project, we have 27 data sons laid out to try and understand the connectivity between Shark River Slough in that region and Taylor Slough. And whether we're able to, even though the gradient there is small, both on the groundwater elevation and the surface water, the impact of putting more water in Shark River Slough might be significant for Taylor Slough. Otherwise, if you look at this gradient, you would see almost everything that you see coming out of the S12s for sure. And maybe even behind, underneath the 2 Mile Bridge, it's going to go directly into Shark River Slough, and there's not going to be all that much connectivity. And what we need to know is, as we proceed with SEP 2.0, how much water we can get into Taylor, because everything I'm hearing so far in this discussion this morning is everyone is pointing to Taylor as the way to reduce salinity in Florida Bay. But what COP is doing and what SEP 1.0 might do is create a dominant flow into Shark River Slough and maybe even to Lossman Slough. And what I want to know, is it going to be at the expense of Taylor Slough?
I mean, to me, that would be the kind of the worst possible outcome from SEP 1.0 is if we end up reducing the volume of delivery through Taylor Slough.
So are we starting our discussion? Is this it? Is this here we let the games begin?
Well, I guess I got two follow-up maybe questions about that. So in SEP, well, I mean, the discussion about S12s versus the 2 Mile Bridge flow and how this middle map here shows the kind of surface water stages. I mean, the whole point of Mod Waters, the whole point of COP and others is to shift that from east to west. You know, change the distribution of water going through the S12s and move it over to, you know, essentially Eastern Shark River Slough. So that way we have a better distribution of water. Obviously, there's infrastructure there to do that now better than it was before. And you know, obviously we don't have the modeling done for SEP 1.0 to know how it's going to affect Taylor Slough and Shark River in reality. I mean, we have iModel modeling, and we're kind of getting there. Once the real RSM GL modeling comes out, and then we can really say aha, and really figure things out. But you know, it's not like we're in the good old days, quote unquote, where we took water and passed it through 333 and then shunt it down, you know, out 334 and down to South Dade conveyance anymore. We're past that. We have the bridges, we have 356 running overtime to kind of circulate water as much as possible that's there. And so how would the plumbing work to take water away from Taylor Slough in the system that we have today and put it in Shark?
All right, just spread again. How that would work is all relies on the divide structure in the L29 canal.
Aha. That's not built yet.
Yeah, and that's why I said SEP 2.0.
Yeah, true. Good point.
That divide structure will hold water in the L29 so that a lot of water goes through the 2 Mile Bridge. And I might add that I don't fully understand, and maybe we can talk about how water coming out of 3B can be, through seepage, can be used as the way to deliver water to Taylor.
Good point.
And to me, when we're talking about that, Fred, we're starting to get closer to the historical discussion at Everglades National Park and Department of Interior of the Eastern Flow Path. That was a way. That was there was an intention to move. You know, I really like this elevation model here in the middle, which shows this elevation contour is connected here. And the idea is kind of this eastern flow path was, about 30% of the water coming in through SERP was coming through this flow path. It wasn't intended that every drop of water reaching Everglades National Park was coming through Conservation Area 3A and 3B. So as we begin to use 3B to deliver water, that should, if we're using these canal systems, and this, in COP, in theory, we were initiating that with the 335 flows. We start to carry surface water and groundwater and, integrated seepage down here into the park. And then maintaining that delivery as deep into the dry season as possible is really a desirable outcome. And I have to say, I don't know about the divide structure in this L29, but there's a very large barge in L29 right now that looks like a divide structure. It almost touches both sides of the canal.
Ethiopia, I'm just curious the differentiation between the data on the groundwater versus the surface water, because I know that the surficial aquifer and the surface, they blend together so much. How do you determine which station is which?
We determined it's based on the availability of data for surface delineated as surface water stage in DB hydro and groundwater elevation. So the monitoring stations that we used for groundwater elevation were groundwater stations, and for surface water stage were the ones that measure surface water stage. That's how we pretty much differentiated the two.
Thank you. All right, so we have 3 hands up online. Kevin, Donato, and Raj.
Hey, Ethiopia. Really appreciate this presentation. And in general, it's good to talk about Florida Bay in a science coordination and working group type meeting setting. I'm curious, and I've been kind of thoughtful in the same way that I think Fred was trying to talk about here, with Taylor Slough being kind of the star here today of being that salvation for Florida Bay. In trying to consider what the system will look like, for example, after the Blue Shanty flowway is installed and SEP South gets underway to direct more water directly into Shark River Slough and hopefully in a balanced way toward Lossman Slough. But looking at your surface water elevation contour map here, it sure points to that we might have opportunity for some of this water that's going to be in roughly 2/3 of water conservation area 3B to do something with it operationally and move it down the western portion of the coastal ridge to outlet it into the Taylor Slough, and maybe have to worry less about Shark River Slough establishing and maintaining a connectivity with Taylor Slough in order to achieve flow into Florida Bay. I'm just curious, and then throwing this out there maybe for general discussion, where operationally some of this water could be utilized in 3B, since it's not being allowed to flow along the coastal ridge as it might have done historically into the eastern portion of the park there down into Taylor Slough. How can we operationally leverage this water that otherwise, to me, seems like it's a wasted opportunity in terms of what we can do with it?
Yeah, I really appreciate that principle you were talking about, Kevin, which is, not wasting any water. I think that's very important for the regional system. And, making the highest and best use of the water that we have. And it's nice and frankly, it's nice to hear you, talking about the being able to move water from 3B, where we know, we could rapidly develop high water challenges in 3B if we're not actively shedding that water. My sense is that this goes to our conditions-based operations type of discussion, where, with Fish and Wildlife is like, we don't want calendar-based or certain, numerically based rules for the S12A and B. Instead, we'd like context-based rules where if we need to use those systems outside of a classic wet season condition, that those systems are used incrementally in combination with other systems at other locations to shed water through the system. Like, we shouldn't have the 356 on in January and be maximizing flow out of S12A simultaneously. Like, those two things should not occur together. Those are the types of opportunities I think that we have to capture in SEP 1.0. So next we have Donato and Raj. I didn't see who raised their hands first, but Adam says Raj.
And this,
Donato, you can call Adam later. You hear me, Raj? You're going to go ahead and
oh yes,
you
okay, okay, yeah. Can you hear me, Jade?
You're a little quiet, but I think they're turning up the. Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Oh, great, thank you. So yeah, I just want to put here in the discussion about the freshwater inflows to Taylor Slough, in the western side of the Taylor Slough. What we have seen is that the supplemental delivery from the Taylor Slough, the increased supplemental delivery, that should really influence like salinity levels, particularly there in the northeastern region of the Florida Bay. And we see the very big range that, Paul Julian provided that range. If you look at like particularly the northern region, you could see that very big range. That indicates the influence of the freshwater inflows there. And let's go back to the COP and in the 3B, COP implemented like a supplemental delivery, to the Taylor Slough. And when you look at those operations, in the water control plan, they barely trigger really in the last couple of years after this COP implementation. So there are a lot of constraint, like Ramon mentioned before, there are a lot of constraint there, how much we can maximize that flow to Taylor Slough, I don't know. But there are a lot of constraint, particularly the flood control constraint in L31 North, C111, and some capsable seaside sparrow constraint there, some structures and structure capacity. Sometimes very frequently there's 332 structures. There's a problem with the pumps, and there are a lot of constraint there. So the second thing, what the Fred mentioned, this is the supplemental delivery to tell how we can increase that. So given those constraints there in Taylor Slough, do we really need to increase, the elevation, like energy gradient between Shark River Slough and Taylor Slough to increase that supplemental delivery? Is that what we can do? Is that a connection, like groundwater connections between Shark River Slough and Taylor Slough? Or how much maximize we can do, And, it's mainly the Florida Bay is a rainfall driving system actually, and we see the supplemental delivery actually influencing the northeastern area. In the western side of the Florida Bay, mostly dependent on rainfall and ET, those salinities there. And so is there how this Shark River Slough flow really reaching to Florida Bay? Is it the groundwater connection there? That's what we need to raise the water levels to get some extra more flows to Taylor Slough? Or we have some wraparound flow in the western side that's really helping, to the western side, not much, but we don't know how much contribution, but is that helping there? So this type of, understanding would be really helpful, like, how we can, manage the system in the upstream area. Just throwing that for the discussion here.
Yeah, thank you for that, Raj. I hear in your description of the system, you're sensing the mechanisms of effect. I really kind of want to pose this challenge to Gina in the sense that recover, it's, we really limited a lot of our modeling process to the planning process. I have this wonderful postdoc, Sarah Bogan, who worked at SFNRC for a little while. And she's been helping me get to the classical discussion of the use of modeling. There's three types of use of modeling. There's, statistical modeling. There's deterministic modeling, like, physical process modeling. And then, then there's kind of the conceptual modeling of, testing specific hypotheses of cause and effect. I've always wondered whether we could do more modeling inside of Recover to begin to just nail down the details of these relationships between key structures, their flows, and the ecological outcomes downstream. so that we can, because I think what we would end up doing with that analysis is kind of pre-cooking relationships that can then be implemented in the planning process. Because that's, right now, whenever we have to make comments for IMC, I basically have to kind of turn into a hydrologic modeler for, 3 hours in a day and start to develop these relationships. And I'd really like to work with, people like Ethiopia and Asefa and Zaki and his group, and get an expert version of that process done well outside of the planning process, such that it could be inserted whenever we're ready, for another round of planning. So that's just, I guess thinking this is the beginning of my second decade of asking Recover to do stuff that I wish I could do by myself. It's some level.
So if I understand what you're asking, you want to tie a specific water management activity to a specific structure to understand what the outcome is downstream. Okay.
Of that structure combination.
Sure. So I think we are doing that with Stephanie Romagnac as part of our balancing tool. So I think what you're asking for is a work in progress. I would invite you to attend our next meeting with USGS and Recover to talk through some more of the specifics, because we are going to leverage existing GEM tools and existing information that we have in order to, if we tweak something in this area of the system, what happens in this area to these specific indicators. So the eventual outcome is that people can have a desktop application, a web version, in which they can play Water Manager and distribute flows to the system and see what blinks on and off in different areas of the system. So if that's not what you're looking for, then we need to talk.
Yeah, please, Ramon.
I know within Recover and the Southern Coastal Systems, we have the salinity performance measure for Florida Bay, which utilized before Frank Marshall's linear regression models. We're now updating the EFTC model to get us more specific and site-specific salinity measures in the modeling. But before we do that, we need to update the targets, the salinity targets, and tie those to specific indicators, whether it be seagrass, whether it be sea trout, whether it be pink shrimp, and crocodile, and so we've developed some near shore salinity metrics for BBC here, which we hope to be able to incorporate into a Florida Bay salinity performance measure. But again, before we start moving what knobs and going 2Q into Taylor Slough and 1.5 or 1.3 times more flow into Shark River Slough, we have to develop what targets we want to achieve in Florida Bay. Everybody kind of says, well, we want to maximize flow into Florida Bay. So how many acre feet is that, or how much CFS, or how many Qs is that? But before we do that, we need to tie those to specific ecological indicators and see, what targets we want to achieve for Florida Bay. With the EFTC model, it's a very powerful model. And now we're going to be able to use that model and start developing these specific targets as part of Southern Coastal Systems. And then from there, we could start doing what you just emphasized, trying to see what knobs we need to move to be able to achieve those targets. But I think before we get there, we have to develop what the targets are.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ramon. And Donato, please proceed. Thanks for your patience.
No problem. You guys are off to the races. I'm still back on the presentation Ethiopia just gave, and I thought it was a really great presentation, so thank you for that. What I'm trying to understand, and it seemed like you showed that from 2016 and on, in Taylor Slough, the groundwater levels came up over the previous years, which was the reverse of the first period that you had. Is this suggesting that the insertion of water that pretty much seems to be consistent with the initiation of the Florida Bay initiative, is that actually turning into subsurface water flows and not being realized as a substantial lift in surface flow? Is that a way to interpret that, or am I way off? And
Yes,
so
yes. Sorry,
go ahead.
continue. Okay, I was going to say that yes, the first part of the interpretation is correct for pertaining to groundwater elevation. We didn't do that same analysis for surface water, for temporal variability of surface water, so we might not say that the surface water has been reduced, but we can say that groundwater elevation has increased post 2016. We can try to do the same analysis for surface water stage as well in that area, and I think we would see a similar result.
Okay, so I asked this because, and we haven't shown all of this yet, Fred and crew, but Todd Osborne did go out and collect some sediment cores for us in 2023. And he's been doing that over about a decade and a half, at around 5 to 6 year intervals. And I'm still struggling to understand it, but it seems like phosphorus concentrations in those sediment have actually come down pretty substantially, where we were seeing some of the locations downstream of the inflows, Upper Taylor Slough, as high as the 500 threshold or slightly higher. We're now down in the hundreds, so 100 and 150, 200. And so I'm wondering, so one of my big fears when we started the Florida Bay Initiative was that we were going to basically trash it by going back to direct discharges. So that's why I'm trying to understand if this flow is actually turning into subsurface insertions into the Upper Taylor Slough instead of the direct flows that we were seeing historically when we had the S332 opened and directly releasing there. So that's where the question came from and what I'm trying to understand with this dynamic. So I appreciate the work that you've done. Over.
Yeah, and thanks so much for that, Donato. And I do think that one thing I've seen really clearly from operations, it's far easier to saturate the groundwater system than it is to drive surface water flow. It's much less effort. It's easier to do during the dry season. You know, it's a potential like an early win type of action whenever we, you know, like when we're inserting water into northwestern conservation area 3A, we're able to bring the water up near the surface very quickly in the wet season, and without too much flow from Lake Okeechobee, we're able to maintain that. So.
Fred,
Right.
do you have any thoughts on that question I just raised? Sklar, yes, you, Fred.
Can you repeat that, Donato?
I asked if Fred had any thoughts on that question, that dynamic that I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody online that you have access to your mic, so you can jump in anytime.
I'm going to be honest with you. You asked a very complicated question, and I couldn't grasp all of it. But what I did hear, and what I think Asefa can answer, relates back to phosphorus. Asefa and his team just submitted to the GEM project a statistical analysis of water chemistry data using pretty much all the same stations that you just saw Ethiopia give you. And it's under review right now at the Water Management District. But a quick glance at it just now, a matter of fact, I thought you were showing that phosphorus concentrations in Florida Bay are decreasing in relationship to flow since COP. Now, Asefa, do you remember that? Can you address what I think Donato is asking?
Sorry, Asafa had to leave the meeting.
Impact of overall, that would die off. Then you start getting a decrease of the supplement.
I cannot understand whoever's talking.
It was Dave, and it wasn't making any sense. Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
I was saying if there's a phosphorus, now this would pertain more to water column phosphorus than sediment phosphorus in Florida Bay, and I don't think you were referring to Todd's wetland coring, I believe, not Florida Bay coring. But so if there's a trend of decreasing phosphorus since COP started in Florida Bay, I would suspect it's just a natural decline from phosphorus elevated because of seagrass die-off and Irma. That it was kept high, had blooms. The blooms have diminished. You expect the phosphorus. In fact, most of the phosphorus in the water column is associated with cells during a bloom. They're not leaving any phosphorus free. So particularly Synechococcus, because it stores phosphorus. So it's mostly living biomass. Anyway, but this is off from the original question you were posing, Donato.
I'm not sure what his question was, do you?
Do you want to restate your
My
question to
my
Fred?
question, to try to make it as simple.
Yeah.
To make it as simple as possible. I was trying to understand if you can insert cleaner water into the ground, and that's going to help reduce phosphorus in the sediments. And so I'm wondering if the flows that we're getting inserted into Upper Taylor Slough through this Florida Bay initiative is actually turning into this subsurface flow and helping clean out some of this phosphorus, because we can't find where it went.
Disappearing phosphorus, my favorite kind.
Right, right.
Fred has no answer to that. No. What did Todd say? About that?
It does not. It doesn't even speculate on that yet.
So he doesn't want
We
to
were
speculate.
going to try to collect. We were going to try to collect some more stations downstream of the Taylor Slough Bridge to see if it picked up there, but that never happened. We didn't have the manpower.
Yeah, my instinct on groundwater flows is that the ground acts like a big filter, and its filtering capacity relative to the volume of flow going through it is much higher. There's much higher capacity for filtration than the volume of water going through it. So I would expect it to kind of dissipate, spread out. And if it's disappearing, it's be disappearing because it's spreading out and absorbing to the calcium over a larger, with a three-dimensional surface. So
right,
let's, go ahead, sorry.
I said, thanks for entertaining my question.
Sure. Just to make sure we don't have too much complete harmony, we got to remember, there's voices that are very important who aren't in the room. One that is constantly running through my head would be the voice of Tom McVicker, who would say, I think, as I see us concluding and focusing on, I see us focusing on Taylor Slough as a support system, and I talk about, throttling the S356. I think we're going to very quickly hear concerns about the use of that flow path. And so let's just get to the brass tacks of this, shall we? So are we open to accepting expanded seepage management system in order to support kind of an eastern flow path, more seepage barriers along the eastern boundary of the park or at or near key locations? For our key landowners' locations, those that maybe call every day for years and years and years.
This is Gina Ralph with the Corps. I guess I would ask the question, how does that affect groundwater flow to Biscayne Bay? And where does that live in this equation?
Yeah. Well, my instinct is we can, if groundwater flow gets severed, we can replace it with surface water reasonably quickly. But yeah, once water gets scarce, everybody's starving at the same time. So.
How does Biscayne National Park feel?
Yeah, I don't think Biscayne National Park would be very happy with reduced groundwater flows.
Shared adversity.
Shared adversity. Ooh, yes, one of my favorite. That's a wonderful term. Yeah.
Cutting the flows to Biscayne National Park will not be shared adversity. It will be a catastrophe for the park. But I think back then there were several models coming from the district about a seepage wall that will not be continuous. It will be like with gaps. You were playing with the depths of it, and to see if we can have like reduced impact or like minimum impact to Biscayne National Park and to the well field, right? Our well field, also Miami-Dade well field. So that's what like I would like to see if like your opinion on this.
But I don't know. I mean, they did talk about it a long time ago, but I don't think that they did anything. I didn't. Yeah.
Stop.
Get one next to you first.
Oh, so
The part of the Florida Bay Initiative that looked at seepage barriers to the south is still in the Water Management District's design phase for sea level rise and resilience studies. So if you go into that 2025 report, they're proposing increments of seepage barriers built in 5-year pieces south of the Frog Pond. And as Melody said, with gaps, so you can put water to the east side. So it's still in play. The question is, what does it do? Is it, what are the effects going to be? And we saw the modeling of it. On the west side, it looks good. We haven't really evaluated what happens on the east side. So.
Yeah, and for me, from my experience, from the experience of the 8.5 square mile area in particular, I just want to put the seepage barriers right where the historical creeks were. Just to keep them as small as possible, because it seems to me to be the landowners that are living on the historical creeks are having the biggest challenges. Those are the farms. Those are the last places to be developed. They're the most likely to be farms. They're the hardest locations to farm along the eastern boundary of the park. So maybe it's small, maybe there's a spatial scale of seepage management, which creates local benefits, but not a regional, impact on flow to Biscayne. Or maybe, there's a way to mitigate for the effect of that spatial scale. With the level of flood protection that we're seeing in South Dade right now, it's hard to imagine adding flows to Taylor Slough without having some level of effect on the level of flood protection that's being enjoyed currently.
I can't help myself as a facilitator. So today we're supposed to talk about SEP 1.0. Is that correct? Was that part of it? It's not part of it. Okay, because I just wanted to kind of lay the context that these are operational plans. And although it could be a parking lot item to propose a reassessment of the Florida Bay Initiative and the seepage wall, did we want to try to talk about what we can do operationally to bring more water through Taylor Slough as part of that SEP ops increment? So maybe it's the Duke Loop, right? Maybe it's the utilization of South Dade. So, I mean, that could be an easy recommendation. There are going to be areas of disagreement. The farmers and FDECs are not going to like that. But I guess I just wanted to keep us on track because we only have a little time together this afternoon to kind of talk through some of those questions that you had for the presenters.
Yeah, and really, I didn't want to narrowly focus it too much on SEP because not everybody is as involved in SEP, and everybody in this room is involved in SEP in the same way. And we really are trying to, do the classic process of starting general and then narrowing down to our priorities. So,
I guess I don't know enough about the SEP 1.0 features and potential, but I'd like to know that. I thought one of the main things is stages in L29 going up another step. And if we did that, I would think we would be in a better position to assess the extent to which there is surface water or groundwater combination exchange towards Taylor Slough. And the nagging question I've had since for years at the park was, are the Park Road culverts a good thing? How do they influence any potential exchange, particularly in that northwest corner of the Park Road? that might be a relatively easy fix if the culverts are an impediment. We need larger culverts, for example. So, and that wouldn't, so with SEP 1.0, I would think we want to explore that exchange. It's a test of the hypothesis that Shark River Slough can feed water via the Rocky Glades or perhaps further downstream towards Taylor Slough, not just straight to the southwest coast. Maybe we know enough to discount that hypothesis now. I don't think so. Then another question is what you raised, Jed, which is, okay, can we use our highly managed system along the eastern boundary of the park and Area 3B to augment flows to Florida Bay through our more traditional and recent C111 western features to get water. But that point of entry tends to go right back to Joe Bay and the eastern part of Taylor Slough is my understanding. It won't necessarily move it towards McCormick Creek, which would be, I'd say, ground zero for target.
What do you think is the best pathway to get into the Craighead Pond?
I think it may just be that you need to know the fine scale distribution patterns of Taylor Slough, which I don't know. I mean, we see these general maps, but how does what's it take? What's the ground gradient, surface gradient, and the friction of the plants that would prevent water moving west? The water does move to the east. I think historically that was because the C111 canal was always kept at a stage so low that just drew the water to the east. Now things have changed. If we fill lower C111, that might make a difference too. So I mean, there are a number of moving parts here. So, and I'm not expert enough to know. I think what I would pose though is the path to a solution. I think for a better part, it's not a solution, but improvement. I think is best taken through Western Taylor Slough. How to get there, whether the landscape is morphology is consistent with that being realistic, or is there some impediment? I don't know. I think we should be looking at it. I also think what Ramon said was true about targets too. That we've been relying on very old targets, and they are very qualitative. From a realistic point of view, I always felt we've got such a small amount of water to Florida Bay. Any amount, whatever we can get, we can use it. It would be an improvement. And I don't think you could get too much. I mean, it's water quality assumptions implicit there.
Yeah, the issue that now we're having some impacts in other regions trying to get the water there.
So in regards to, the amount of water and the time of year that we're trying to get the water to Florida Bay, there might be some potential impacts to small prairies, to prey, freshwater prey, depths, availability for wading birds, et cetera. We see level rise and looking at some Jerry Lorenz's monitoring for prey base in the southern coastal systems, the prey concentration threshold is 13 centimeters. We're way above that just with sea level rise alone. So we're pretty much, with more water that we send to Florida Bay, we're inundating and increasing the depths in that coastal zone, which may be impacting wading bird foraging and other species. So we have to be cognizant of the other indicators and make sure that we're not impacting those resources as well as we're trying to potentially lower salinities to PSUs with a lot of water. Yeah.
That's why I think that increased depth with sea level rise in the southern boundary of the wetlands, particularly the southeastern Everglades, it's going to be omnipresent. It's just going to be widespread, and it's not going away. So that area is being prime foraging ground for spoonbills. that era may be over. And so I would focus more on what are the biggest threats to the system. That's where I get into the spreading salinization, I think is a real threat. And it's a threat along the entire coast. So that may be a superior performance measure in a way to drive operational decision-making than looking further downstream in Florida Bay, as much as I want to look further downstream in Florida Bay.
Yeah, and I wonder, for me, my sense is that, I'm coming around to you, Chris. I think we really kind of need, that we need to draw a line with the information that ASEFA and Ethiopia shared for where is water level rising irrespective of our management actions. Because we know that line is, everything we do, management is going to increase that line. And we need to, keeping track of where that place is in space over the next few years seems very relevant to us.
I wanted to come back a little bit to something that Dave Rudnick raised earlier, and I think it relates a little bit to Ramon. I'm certainly not a Florida Bay guy whatsoever, so I'll try not to say anything too stupid. But what I was hearing earlier from Dave was a really strong emphasis on getting enough fresh water to the coastal wetlands for peat collapse reasons, for protecting the mangrove reasons, and that you need to do that over a pretty wide area. And I'm hearing a discussion of, I think what Fred said earlier, a pretty clear measure that if you're worried about getting more fresh water into Florida Bay, you probably want to get it through Tyler Slough. That's your most effective way. It seems like the geometry sort of fits with that. Then the question is, well, okay, how should we get it to Taylor Slough? Should we primarily get it by putting more water into Shark Slough, moving it across and hoping that it will do what it used to do, is move across the Rocky Glades and that northwest corner of the Park Road and maybe some more culverts and whatnot? Or should we do more of it by running it through canals and things down the eastern side of the system as a more managed approach, which has other complications to it? But it seems to me, without knowing a whole lot, it seems to me that the approach of raising water levels in Shark Slough does more for the coastal in a wider area and is a better way to get the water into Taylor Slough than a quite focused run it down some canals. Seems to me, but I may be out of my element here. So, and that would suggest one of the things you might want to build into a performance measure is not only, okay, a certain salinity target in some portion of Florida Bay or a water level in the coastal wetlands, but also how did you get it there? You get more points. If you bring it in a truck, you don't get too many points. If you flow it over the landscape, you get better points.
Yeah. I mean, that's a testable hypothesis, Chris, is the relative importance of flows to Shark River Slough versus direct inputs to Taylor Slough, the relative importance of those two sources to northeastern Florida Bay. And then we can also get to potentially in that, if we were looking at that in a spatially explicit model, we could get to what are the intervening effects. Do we have intervening effects either on the ridges of northeast Shark Slough or in the biota of the southeast saline glades? Do either of those flow paths create unexpected challenges?
Yeah, you got better water. Kind of how I see what Chris is saying. Chris is saying is, you probably try to estimate the water depths that are needed to reconnect those flow paths, and then evaluate the potential impacts that may have on some other indicators, and then try to do a performance measure, kind of ranking it, based upon constraints versus impacts versus trying to meet your salinity targets or your flow targets for Florida Bay. In BBC or in Biscayne Bay, we didn't have the basins. We pretty much just selected a 0,500 meter and a 0,1,000 meter by 5 segments across the whole longitude of Biscayne Bay and try to meet nearshore salinity, mesohaline salinity from 5 to 18 PSUs. based upon each of the segments, based upon the availability of water within each of those segments. We could very similarly do the same across Florida Bay and just see where we could potentially have the most benefit at. And then try to develop a performance measure similar to that what we developed in Biscayne Bay. But again, what the issue is, we need the EFTC model to be able to do that. And I think that's kind of the number one priority right now for recovering in the Southern Coastal systems at Florida Bay, is to get that EFTC model up and running. And then from there, we could use that model to start developing the targets and performance measures.
Is that happening through a contract at this point? Are we already deeply involved in that? In recovery? Okay. Gina has an answer.
So the answer is yes. There's a bunch of different folks who are working on different aspects of that, including updates to the EFDC model. But what I wanted to point out is, Fred and I were talking about this at lunch, the connection, the surface flow connection between Taylor Slough and Northeast Shark River Slough. We may need a seasonal approach where we have operations in the wet season that allow that overland flow, but then in the dry season, we may have to use an eastern flow path. So just wanted to put that perspective out there as we're talking about effective means, like what is the most effective mean to get water to Taylor Slough? And I think Fred wants to say something.
Yeah. So to address Chris McVoig's logic, which I really like, I'm thinking about the science that needs to be done to make sure that what's currently a disconnect between Taylor and Shark doesn't continue to happen. And so there's three things that I've noticed in working with the GEM project. One is that there is a modeler at FIU that Renee Price introduced us to, who has been able to figure out how to put a tracer into Shark Slough and Taylor Slough and model its movement. And so far, her initial results, which are not calibrated and she needs to do the science, is showing that the water comes down Shark River Slough. You put the tracer up at Tamiami Trail. The water comes down Shark River Slough and tries to go into the alligator system, into lake, hits a barrier, can't get into Florida Bay. And you put the tracer into Taylor, and boy, it goes all over Florida Bay. We need that kind of modeling. No, Taylor Slough, the tracer in Taylor Slough goes into the McCormick Creek system easily. So, but it's not making it over to the place where Chris was showing all the cyanobacteria, the algae blooms consistently are over there. So the thing is, if we can get more water to the sensitive, vulnerable part of Central Florida Bay, which is the Alligator Creek system, then I think the hypersalinity zones will decrease, the proclivity for die-off will decrease. And so the one thing is that modeling effort that Renee Price can do. The second thing is what Dave was saying, is a more detailed modeling, and in particular, the Water Management District just finished removing Ingram Highway, right? We removed the Ingram, we opened up Ingram Highway in the park, and I don't know whether that increased the hydrologic connectivity of Taylor to the Alligator Creek system. And so that we need more detailed modeling of Taylor so that we can see just how much water we do need to put in there so that there's a connectivity to Florida Bay. So that's the second thing, it's the modeling. The third thing is, it's also what Dave said. God, I'm agreeing with Dave again. Um, and that is the road itself, trying to, as a result of the modeling, we might actually see that something has to be done in the road so that Shark River Slough does indeed directly connect to Florida Bay. And that way we don't have to put a huge amount of water into Taylor.
That would be right near the Pay-Oakley overlook.
Right.
Shark Slough is right there. And when the USGS, that road to Flamingo report that was done, it showed there is a net flow from Shark to Taylor there. In fact, from there in the north, the east-west section of the north is connected.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah,
we gotta capture all of this.
Basically, what we know from that, the USGS, okay, the issue is the park road a barrier to flow? And this Road to Flamingo report from USGS measured flows at each of the culverts and basically the differential stages. And what it showed was near the Pay-Oakley overlook, the vectors through the culverts are from north to south into the Taylor Slough basin, sub-watershed. As soon as you turn that corner where the road's going east-west, it's the other way around, where water is going out of Taylor towards Shark. So the road may actually be helpful there. But that, I think what that shows is there is potential to get water from Shark, but it depends on to Taylor, but it depends on there's a lot of wetland in between north of the road, and what the flow patterns are there, who knows? What Bob Johnson mentioned before was basically when that context road was taken out, that was a barrier to flow. It's an east-west road through the Rocky Glades, north of the Park Road. And you really do have, if you mound up water have high stages in northeast Shark Slough, south of the new bridges, if that water is high enough, I would think it would spread and go through this highly porous. The elevation is relatively high, but it's very porous and could basically go through there towards Taylor Slough on basically the central portion between Pay-Oakley and the east. It's possible anyway, towards Taylor Slough Bridge.
Just like from Highland to the park?
Yeah, through there. Yeah, because those pinelands are on coarse rock.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you could break your ankle. You can break your ankle. Yeah, so that I mean, I just think that's it's a hydrologic and key ecological question that SEP 1.0 could help address. What are the stages supposed to be in L2? Yeah, we don't have. It'd be nice if we could model it.
It seems to me simply going out and I would have thought somebody's already done it. Go to all those culverts along the road and look to see which way the flow directions.
Because I've stopped at a number of those and stuff belts through there on the ones that there are, which suggests to me that if you had some more, you might get some more flow. Same as what we're doing on Tamiami Trail further west in Big Cypress.
For me, I think the challenge with this type of discussion becomes, Ramon already touched on it, right? Which is, yeah, the Western Pinelands are critical habitat. But I would say back, I think the issue is anytime we're looking to spread water out, if we do a lot of spreading it out, it has negligible impacts to habitat in the near term. If we just spread it out a little bit or one spot at a time, it could potentially have significant consequences to individual habitats.
And we have some very sensitive pine rockland plants in that area as well. So I mean, depending where and how the water moves through the system, but it would need very detailed modeling, more than the RSMGL could give us, for us to be able to feel comfortable inundating some of those areas that are critical habitat.
Well, the good news is we do have a much higher resolution digital terrain model now, and we have the ability to go to, couple square meters at a time throughout the many 100 square mile.
I'm just going to throw out a question for everybody who's here, who's thought about Shark Slough for a long time in Everglades National Park. Is it general received knowledge that Shark Slough was pre-drainage a good deal wetter and good deal deeper water than is the case, has been the case for quite a while, like decades? I mean, to me, that's every single image I've ever seen of Everglades National Park and Shark Slough is it's clearly way dried out compared to what it was. So when we talk about critical habitats and things, the question that always comes to my mind is, well, is that habitat that's developed under drained conditions, and maybe we like it and maybe we see reasons for it, but where is that in the original context of the system? And I don't know what other people think, but I've always had the sense that it was way drier than it was originally.
Yeah, and I know I see Kieran Bame's hand is up online. Kieran, you might actually have the answer to that question that Chris posed in addition to the comment you wanted to share.
I'm sure you might have been out there.
Oh, yeah, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you great.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to mention that I am working on detailed modeling of the culverts in Main Park Road, Loop Road, Old England Highway with the M3 EMP model. It's an effort that we're currently working on with Tulane University to look at what impacts they may have. And we're incorporating the finer scale LiDAR DEMs that are available now. So we hope to get results from that. I think one of the big unknowns is just as far as our subsurface, how transmissive is it? Do we have a lot of channels where water is moving underground that we don't know about? And so we're definitely developing the tools to be able to start modeling those things, but we also need more data as far as just subsurface connectivity.
Yeah, thanks for that, Kieran. And I really, I think I see we have Kevin and Lynn's hands up online. I think we should go to Kevin next, and just with Kevin, when we were out in 3B last week, the tribe indicated, we were in 3A, sorry, last week, the tribe indicated that they have much more knowledge about the location of freshwater springs. That might be something that, that seems to be a pretty good evidence of groundwater flow. That might be something that we can, or is that, let me turn this into a question, Kieran. Are you using springs or the ideas of freshwater surface water exchange to trace preferential groundwater flows, or how do you get out that in your modeling?
Currently, we don't have that resolved in our modeling, and we don't have much data, and therefore we don't have much to calibrate to. It's a big unknown. So as far as data that we should, look into start collecting, that's, groundwater flow, preferential flow paths, that's just a huge one. And that speaks to, water flowing, into Biscayne Bay as well.
This is Fred. You should send me your email, because in the GEM project, we are looking at all the groundwater wells in the park and triangulating the information to get directionality and volume moving in the groundwater. And that we put together a massive database, which Asefa, who's no longer on the line, put together for us. So we can hook, I'll send you a link to that database, which I think will help you in your calibration.
Great, thank you, Fred.
And so we're well past our targeted goal end, but I figure why don't we just go ahead and go through till 4:15, because we got a pretty good conversation going. And Lynn, please share your comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in and respond to Chris's comment. So Shark River Slough, the very end of my talk, I showed the work that we were doing kind of during the pandemic because we couldn't get in and work with labs. And so we were looking at our existing data, and we were very focused on the nearshore cores because of BBC and what Ramon was just talking about in that 500-meter limit. But then we began to look around the whole system at all of our nearshore cores. And sort of the interesting thing to me was that our cores from Shark River, and so I would have to look up exactly where the core I'm talking about was from, but it was below Tarpon Bay. But it wasn't the one from the mouth, I don't think. But somewhere below Tarpon Bay, our core that we took out there, our SR2, it had almost 80% of those oligohaline and mesohaline species at about the beginning of the 20th century. So, and contrasting that to Taylor, it was about 40 to 50, and trout was about 30 to 40% of those exact same assemblages. So to me, that says there was a lot more freshwater going down Shark. And then I also wanted to comment on your question about sort of habitats that didn't exist in the past that do now. And I know this one's a really loaded question. It's probably something you guys will address tomorrow. But my colleagues, Deb Willard and Chris Bernhardt, working on pollen up in the wetlands, have found that a lot of the marl prairies were a lot wetter in the past. And, so that is now critical habitat for the Cape Sable seaside sparrow. But their work shows that habitat didn't exist. And so that's, I guess, a trade-off and a difficult decision that we're all going to have to think about, is that if we're trying to get more water to the coast, which, we all agree we need, but then what does that mean in terms of the wetland habitats? And if there are habitats that exist now that did not in the past, what does that mean? And I know, like I said, I know that's a loaded question, especially because of the Cape Sable seaside sparrow, but I just wanted to point that out because I thought Chris's comment was very relevant.
Yeah, well, luckily the marl prairies isn't controversial at all, so we don't have to worry about that.
Right.
All right, and I see Kevin's got his hand raised. Please proceed, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, Lynn, I appreciate your comments because I wanted to respond directly to Chris McVoy as well. I don't think there's universal agreement whether or not water levels were higher in Shark River Slough. That's not what the Miccosukee tribe's lived experience has been. But what we can agree on is that paleo data that, for example, Lynn was talking about today is very important for us to weigh and consider in a prehistorical context that we might be trying to move toward in terms of restoration targets, whether or not we make it there. And again, something that I've been thinking about for a very, very long time is that how can we achieve greater flow to the coasts without necessarily having to simply raise water levels? It seems to me that the solution to that is more in the way of dry season flow and unencumbering dry season flow. And unfortunately, because we don't have the historic connection in the way that the system used to have with Lake Okeechobee that served as that dry season flow reservoir, and perhaps because our groundwater levels are impacted because of drawdown due to wells and whatnot for human use, we do have to be thoughtful about where restoration can seek to mimic that. And that is the managed part of the system that I think is the biggest challenge to try to overcome. Once the water is into the system and let it be, that's great. It is providing the opportunity for that water to make it through the system. In particular, I think the dry season, which is the biggest challenge. The groundwater component is absolutely essential. While I know this is supposed to be limited in scope to scientific discussion today, I will tell you there's a lot in the way of indigenous knowledge that speaks to underground rivers and springs in the southern portion of the peninsula here that were extremely important for ancestral, tribal, and indigenous people to be utilizing, and including out, as we talked about earlier today, in Florida Bay, in Biscayne Bay, even ocean side of the Florida Keys reef track, where shippers used to use for getting fresh water. That whole coastal area was a lot in the way of freshwater upwellings, if we want to believe not only indigenous knowledge, but some of the written words that our work has also uncovered to be supportive of that, going back 100, 200, 250 years from. So that's my comment here, is that we don't have universal agreement on deeper water levels in Shark River, Slough, or the Everglades in general, perhaps, but we definitely have challenges on how to meet flow targets without having to raise water levels, which again, the system tells us, and we're going to talk about it tomorrow, through tree islands, through hardwood hammocks and tree islands, that you can't exceed water levels that have obviously destroyed those hardwood hammock communities. That's a key indicator that we're doing things improperly.
Thanks for that, Kevin. And I just want to say one thing. I think when I hear what you're saying, Kevin, I think a clear winning strategy is to work with the tribal members and holders of indigenous knowledge to identify and locate the freshwater springs. That could, I mean, for me, that's just, everybody wins when we develop that information, we understand it better.
How do you intend to locate these springs? Let me tell you one idea. I want to go on the record for a couple of more science research programs, okay? One is related to these springs. And we're in a totally different world now. So I'm trying to gather the funds for aerial electromagnetic surveys of Everglades National Park. I'm trying to compare the current groundwater salinity pattern spatially to what was collected by USGS in 1995.
Pretty cool.
So I've been trying to get funding from DEP, EPA, and it's not working. So in terms of groundwater connectivity and how things have changed due to sea level rise, that's one research thing that needs to be done. The second thing relates back to the EFDC model and the vulnerability in the future of seagrass die-off. One of the key things about die-off is how stagnant and the basins get and the low oxygen content that develops in a basin. And with sea level rise, I want to know if you can simulate the probability of a die-off and what the relationship is to residence time and die-off. The assumption I have is that with increased sea level rise, you're going to have more tidal exchange, you're going to have greater flow, and the probability of seagrass die-off will decrease. And that brings me to the third thing that we need to do. If that's true, then our focus should be what Dave brought up early on, and that's peak collapse. That transition zone, we need to put fresh water so that we prevent peak collapse and we maintain the coastal zone. So there's three more scientific things to investigate. I just wanted to go on the record for that as well.
So that argues for spreading the water out through the S12.
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
It goes back to actually Ramon call for performance measure. Well, this key thing on the salinity in Florida Bay, I think probably ties to what Fred said. What causes the seagrass die-off, best, Marguerite Cook and Danish colleagues and Chris research is pretty definitive. The big killer that initiates the die-off is sulfide. It's anoxia, and that's 70 parts per thousand or 55 parts per thousand water. The density, it's heavier. So if you have a lens of highly saline water, even if it rains, you're not necessarily mixing it all well. You're basically going to have a pycnocline, a density barrier, and you have enough oxygen demand overnight in a healthy seagrass bed that you could kill the bed. It can kill itself. So that would be, I think that's the path to a really important performance measure, since if you look at what are the foundations, the foundational communities of these systems, tree islands are a foundation, for their biodiversity hotspots, etc. The Sea in Florida Bay, that's seagrass beds. So what would be protective of seagrass beds? It's doable, but we could never do it until, if you don't have a model with density in it, you can't do it. And then you need some biogeochemistry too. Yeah. Of course, you can create it. Whether we believe it is another question.
We have actually does have and again, I mentioned this. In one of the slides that I have, actually, the water quality field, the EFTC, was applied for the 7 years. That includes all that. We didn't look actually at DO in 2 layers, but we can. The model already is set up for that, so that's not an issue. We're including also the model extends actually into the Everglades, the southern Everglades part too, so we can investigate all that stuff. The model is ready.
All right, so it sounds to me like we have some pretty clear questions that we're ready to set up and define, and we have the tools to address them. So that said, it's 4:15. We're about half an hour longer than we thought we were going to go today. 4:19. Pardon me, Zachy. Thank you for enhancing the precision of my characterization of time. Thank you guys all so much for coming today. If you'd like to continue this discussion, we can certainly do so. I'm ready to hang out for a while, but I think our formal discussion needs to close at this time so the folks that are online can finish up their day. And just please, you're welcome to come tomorrow. Tomorrow is really part 2, so where we expand the scope of our conversation from Florida Bay to include the intervening habitats, to include the ridge and slough. We take a deeper dive on the ridge and slough, and then hopefully we can come back to a period of reflection and try to reconcile the strongly held and clearly shared knowledge that we have, identify these subtle issues that are of difference that we have, or the concerns about the marble prairie, concerns about S12s and conditions-based operations, and then try to find the constructive path to resolve those concerns. On my side, I just wanted to say, I really hope that we're able to identify clear questions and answer them during my lifetime, such that we can restore the system during that same lifetime. That would be a wonderful thing to see. And are there any final comments or anything anybody wanted to share before we close the meeting today? All right, so hearing none from in the room and anyone online, thank you guys so much for your time. And yeah, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you, Jed. Thanks for organizing this.
Great facilitation, Jed. Thanks, everybody. Take care.
My pleasure. I just want to say Bob and Adam are mostly responsible for pulling off today.
Yeah.
So before everybody leaves the room, I just want to ask, has anybody